Come on, take it home.
And the game of the year is Mon ami Claire Obscure.
It's like as they say, live in the moment, right? Oh man, that was still so good. Yeah, originally I changed it. Yeah. Let me double check this right here. Da-da. Perfect. All right. Good morning or afternoon or anything else in between. Hope you guys are doing well. So, it feels good actually to be back. Back from vacation. I'm just getting right back into it, I guess. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody? I'm doing good. It's been nice to kind of just like chill out for a little bit, you know? So, see, you changed the title of the stream, did I? I think I changed it to what it says in the refresh. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah. Yeah. It's been a bit, so yeah. Okay. Oh man. Sorry, I had to sit up there. I guess fine, got a few gaming news recordings done. Just got to edit tomorrow and do a massive uploading Monday. Nice, dude. Yeah, I've been meaning to upload myself, which we'll make a point out at the end of it. So, yeah. That's just how it is, you know? That's kind of just how it is. But it's nice that you're grinding, dude. Keep pushing. Don't be like me and just wait months to upload something. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm a little congested right now. So if I start like coughing out of nowhere, I apologize. I'm not quick enough to kind of just yeah. So just gonna take a swig here. It tastes like victory. Not gonna lie, being able to watch that show live is like a vast contrast to watching it through a TV screen. Yeah, like obviously the show itself is not always meant to be taken seriously, but it is nice to I don't know. It's nice to be able to watch it in person, and it's just a whole different experience overall. You know, and that's why I went that was like after because the last year was 2022, and I went there because I wanted to support Elden Ring at the time. When my buddy and I, Chunk, we both went just so that we could watch Elden Ring win. This year around, it was funny because he and we had a different game of the year in comparison, so it was more about who gets to gloat first, you know? So, but I guess to start things off, I do want to talk about. There is one particular thing I do want to mention. The Salt Awards are coming up. I think by now, Klutzy have already closed the votes for all the nominees. So get excited for that. I can't wait for that. That's going to be fun. If you guys haven't already voted, by now it's probably too late. So, oh, man. So, yeah, he's already, so we're, yeah, it's going to be an exciting time because last year was really fun to do. And I'm so curious how this year is going to turn out. So, I guess, and then the other thing I was going to mention was that how my vacation was. So last week, I went to LA to visit my best friend for Christmas, and I also wanted to go to the Game Awards. And I don't know. I guess there's just something different about getting away for so long, Or not for very long, not for so long, but like for longer than I remember. Because last time I was only there for like a day, 2 days and a half, 2.5 days. So I wanted to make sure that I stayed there for longer. Um, hey Colbjorn, how you doing, sweetheart? Um, I was gone for about like I left Tuesday morning, and then came back Saturday afternoon. That's kind of when I came back. And then the last week, this week, I kind of just took to just recuperate and just get back to how normal life is. I'm good. Thank you for asking. Good to hear. Very good to hear. But I don't know. I guess there's something different about being gone for a long period of time, and then you come back and you're just like, oh, I gotta work at 9 in the morning after this. So, there's that. Um, but I think the biggest highlights was being able to go see the Game Awards. That was honestly, that's more than I absolutely could have bargained for, because arguably this is probably his best show yet. But I think the biggest thing was just, I don't know. It definitely was his show. It definitely was his best show yet, but there are some kinks that can be fixed up, I think. Because he does kind of follow the same problem as the last couple of years, where you he doesn't make it much more about the awards and more about the actual like game announcements, which obviously people more often than not, that's what they come there for. That's what they go there for. Nobody really actually cares about the like nobody cares about genuinely about the awards, because at this point it's all kind of just pretty much a dick measuring contest. Although, in my opinion, the right games won, so I don't care. I'm a bit biased in that regard. So, and uh, let me check here. I think the biggest highlight, though, and I'm so mad that I didn't get a better picture, or maybe I did. Actually, looking back at it, it's not a terrible picture, but uh, definitely the highlight was getting to meet this beautiful bastard, Rich Keeble himself. We both got to see, before the show started, we both got to see him walking around, and I had to get a picture. You know, I just had to. There was no way I wasn't going to get a picture of that. You know what I mean? So, that was awesome. He was a very nice dude, and I got to conversate with him a little bit. Uh, I also love that he was, like, he was a walking trash can. I thought that was hilarious. And then getting to see the statue. Getting to see the statue was just as cool as well. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Towards the end before the show began, it started to smoke. That was the cooler part. Bonjour, mon ami. Hey, hey, XJ Induction. How you doing? But yeah, just look at that, man. Look at that. And a great reveal, too, on top of that to boot. So, yeah. Let me go back here. And that's kind of just how it was. The other couple of days before that were just days where I got to chill with him for a bit. Tuesday, we mostly spent the days museum hopping, because I really love walking around big museums and whatnot. But I did a lot of walking, actually. I did a lot of walking. So that's just how it was. Mostly less interested in the Game Awards. That's fair. I totally can understand it. I totally can get it. Because, like I said, it can turn out to be specifically nothing more than a dick measuring contest for certain groups. So, I totally understand. Oh, hold on. I gotta send this. Hold on. I gotta send this. This is hilarious. Hang on. I gotta send this. This is so funny. So, okay, there we go. I had to send that. That is so funny. I love it. But yeah, a lot has happened after that. There's been a lot, like the amount of coping and just the amount of people that are just ass mad that their games didn't win was crazy. I don't think Elden Ring has made people this mad, or Baldur's Gate. Oh, Hercules is, and there's Hercules acting up. There's Hercules acting up again. That's just how it is. Yeah, if you hear that in the background, it's my bird. He keeps acting up every now and then, just out of nowhere. Anyway, but we did get some great reveals about it. There is one game I actually do want to gush about real quick. Let me find it. I just want to talk about it real quick before we get into the actual stuff that we're going to be talking about. Where is it? Hercules is mad as game did. Ha! Yeah, maybe. Where is it? Where are you? Where is it? Hang on. Wait. Am I crazy? Where did the trailer go? I'm not going crazy, am I? Is that on here? Hang on. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to look it up. Hang on. There we are. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna watch this real quick because it's now like one of my most anticipated games. Speaking of, what have y'all been playing? I actually recently got a lot of games that I got gifted from friends of mine. And, what have you guys been playing or watching? It's been, oh my gosh. Hang on a second. Give me 1 second. Let me just take care of that real quick. There we go. Sorry about that. I just gave him banana chips. Whenever Mama's not home, he gets all pissy, so I got him banana chips. Hopefully that calms him down. Got back on Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon, and watching a guide. Since been really wanting to see what I'm doing wrong. Also got some games to myself. Nice. Nice. Hey, Lowest Expectations. How you doing? Yeah, I recently actually been playing the Mega Man games. Since after the reveal for Dual Overrides. What's funny too is that when we got in there, we had the seats all the way in the back. We had the best seats in the house. And so there was like a couple of buddies that were like right next to me on the left, and then my best friend was on my right side. And once we got to the Mega Man reveal, I think I could have sworn, I'm telling you, I swear to you, I could have sworn I heard him screaming at the top of his lungs and crying. Doing good. I started E33 yesterday so I can watch your video when you make it. Fair. Nice. Fair. You are going crazy, but that's not related to what's going on now. That's a whole nother story. We'll just leave it at that. And I'm so mad. I wish I recorded it because it was hilarious. Him screaming and crying at the top of his lungs was so. It was honestly kind of heartwarming because we have not gotten a new Mega Man game in how long now? When was the last one? Hang on, Mega Man 11. 2018, so about almost a decade. That's wild. That is wild to think about. I hope dual overrides ends up being really good for the fans. I didn't grow up on it specifically, but that's why I started playing them. But yeah, that's kind of just how it is. I also recently I played this. Okay, I'm telling y'all, do not sleep on this. Because I played the demo of this. I'm telling y'all, don't sleep on it. I was hesitant on it because it didn't look like something that would be my cup of tea from Capcom. Bro. I'm just saying, listen. Dude, it looks so it's so much fun. It is a lot more fun than I expected it to be. Because the first go around, I wasn't sure how to feel about it at first. But I feel like they blended the concept of hacking as you fight robots. They blended it so well, I think. And I feel like we're on the verge. Oh my hell, don't sleep on it, sleep with it. Mind out of the gutter. Come on now. And then Hellfire actually recently just gifted me Red Dead Redemption 2, so I might get on that. She didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. And then my best friend, he gifted me Resident Evil 0 and 1. So that was really cool. And then Shredder's Revenge, as well as Dead Space. I think I don't remember who gifted it, but I got it. And then I recently just been replaying Control for the game that we're about to talk about in a moment. 'Cause I completely forgot just how fun and just how good Control feels as a game. I was like, what the hell have because I played it on Xbox a while back, and I'm just like, what the hell have I been missing? Because the gameplay of this, the gameplay is phenomenal, dude. I had so much fun with this, going back into it. Made some hot chocolate. I don't have milk to make it richer for my taste, but still good. Oh, that's nice. I think another substitute people use is water, so. But yeah, it's such a good game. And then Shredder's Revenge I might play because all my buddies, we all got the game. So, yeah, that's going to be fun to play. I think it'll be a fun little, Control is great, yet to replay the DLCs. Yeah, I still need to play the DLCs as well. Oh, that reminds me, actually. Hold on, let me move all this. Because my best friend, his Christmas gift was this. Hang on. I gotta pull all this out. Because we've been letting it sit for so long that I completely forgot about it. But now, I gotta find a frame for it so I can put it up my wall. There we go. That's not bad. I gotta find a frame now so I can put it up my wall. Look at that. It's the boy. It's the goat himself. Look at that. Is that not awesome? I love it. I'm gonna have it like right next to. I'm probably gonna have it in my room, like right next to the TV. It's such a good poster. I love it. I kind of opened it early because I was texting him. I was like, "Do I open this or no?" Did make beginning of Act 1, but couldn't continue the game. The music, Music was my Achilles heel. Loved the music, but no battle music. What little I played of E33, I loved it. Nice, dude. It's a nice feeling poster as well. Although, I want the SK plushie. Hold on. Actually. Chat. It's so cute. Look at it. Look at it. I want it. It's so cute. How big is it, though, is the question. Did they ever explain how big it is? How big is it? Did they ever explain how big it was? I don't know if you pay attention to Legos, but I recently finished the Soundwave set. Nice, dude. I pay attention here and there. Does it ever... 12 inches tall. That's not bad. That's not bad. I want it. I need it. It's so cute looking. I love it. Anyway, back to the topics at hand. Give me 1 second. Alright. Let me see here. Okay. This game, to me, this was the highlight of all the announcements from the Game Awards. Because I am a huge, Remedy enjoyer. Personally, I am a huge Remedy enjoyer. So, I loved, the first Alan Wake I really liked. I knew it wasn't it's nothing too special, but I really liked what it was going for. Control's awesome, as I mentioned. And then Alan Wake 2 is phenomenal. It's like one of my favorite stories ever told. So, I'm super curious of how Control Resonant's going to be. I'm so stoked. I'm going to watch it again just because I'm just that excited. Hold on. Oh, I just got a DM. Sorry. Okay. All right, let's do this. I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Do you feel it? Something is coming.
You know what those parts remind me of? Remember back in the 2000s, early 2000s, where whenever you put music, like the music you have in a disc file and you put it in the, if you insert it into the disc reader on your computer, that it starts doing these weird color animations. You know what I'm talking about? The early 2000s was full of that stuff. So, that's what that kind of reminded me of.
An intrusive pattern. Of staggering power.
Thanks for making me feel old.
Reshaping reality as we know it. Everything we try to keep
this looks
inside
awesome. I can't wait. Hey, Nintendo Mal, how you doing?
Eventually worms its way out.
And that's the FBC.
You must have had good reasons. But we were not prepared.
Now I'm curious. I'm not sure if that's Jesse looking like he wanted to kill her. Or kill him, sorry. Where she looked like he wanted to kill him. I don't know. I'm not sure. It does leave a lot of questions. I'm not sure.
For what
But I'm
will
interested
follow.
for sure. Sibling has gone rogue, so that's fishing. That makes me curious as well. It's like, what do they mean by that? Funny, Cole. Oh, I can't wait. And it looks like it's gonna be a Devil May Cry like. Oh man, I can't wait.
Pace yourself. It's gonna get weirder.
This is Control, Oleander. Hey Blast, how you doing? I'm so excited. I can't wait. Oh man. And it looks like it's gonna be like a Devil May Cry. It's gonna be like a Devil May Cry hack and slash type game. If that's the case, I'm even more excited because we need more of those. Oh, this game is also really cool. My best friend and I, we've been following it for quite some time. Excuse me, I had to clear my throat there. Just got my Christmas gift from your aunt. Nice, dude. Blast is here. Time to leave. No, you can stay. We're all good here. But yeah, my best friend and I, we've been following this for quite a while. I guess it was a Kickstarter campaign that turned into this. So I'll just let it speak for itself. I love how it looks.
Yo te vi, salías del templo un día, llorona, cuando al pasar yo te vi. Hermoso vivir llevabas, llorona, que hasta la Virgen te creí. Hermoso vivir llevabas, llorona, que hasta la Virgen te creí.
I'm so stoked for this. To me, it comes off it's like if Zorro became a Ghost Rider. It's like if Zorro became a Ghost Rider and had the gameplay of Blasphemous. Looks a lot like Blasphemous. Look at that. I mean, come on. And then wait, oh yeah, and they're coming to all platforms. So cool. Come on. Yeah, and as somebody who okay. And it was announced so long ago. Yeah, cuz it was a Kickstarter campaign. It was a Kickstarter campaign. And as somebody who has Latina has a Latino heritage on my mom's side, I love how this looks. I cannot wait for when this finally comes out. This is probably one of my most anticipated. I can't wait. Now we can get right into the actual conversation. We actually can get to what we were talking about. So, we got that guy Glenn again. He did the video that I did on he did the video on Darkwood that I had on stream last time. And so, excuse me. I figured he's back on the channel now, so we're going to go ahead and react to this cuz he recently just did a video 8 days ago on Expedition 33, a day after that it won 9 awards at the Game Awards. So I'm curious about what he has to say. It's called Why Publishers Rejected Expedition 33: The Full Development Story. I'm very curious on it. So, let's give it a look. I'm excited.
Clair Obscur Expedition 33, a turn-based RPG, quickly became one of the most talked about games of 2025. It received universal praise from both gamers and critics, sold over 5 million copies within its first 6 months, and even won Game of the Year at the Game Awards. Most notably, Clair Obscur is the very first game made by Sandful Interactive, a small studio from Montpellier, France. By the end of development, the core team counted about 30 people, and many of them had never worked on a video game before. Yet the final result looks and sounds like it was created by a seasoned studio of 100 developers at the top of their game. What's fascinating is that it all began with just one person, Guillaume Broche, who one day decided to teach himself how to use Unreal Engine. When asked at the Golden Joystick Awards whether he was surprised by the game's very positive reception, he replied, "I think people don't really realize that now it's become big, but before the launch it was not supposed to be big." What started as a personal hobby slowly evolved into a full-scale production featuring motion capture, orchestral music, and cinematic storytelling. This is a story behind Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
That's what blows my mind is just you got all of these insanely talented people. Yeah, there we go. You got all these insanely talented people that are behind this, and yeah, they did it beautifully. I think what's funnier is that when they were giving their speech at the Game Awards for Game of the Year, I think Guillaume mentioned that like they watched a lot of like YouTube tutorials because they had never played a game before. Hey Hellfire, how you doing? Hope you're feeling all right. F the publishers, no kidding, man.
It all began in 2018 when Guillaume was working as a producer at Ubisoft. He was living in Sweden at the time, helping develop The Division 2. One night, he decided to open...
Oh, you're editing your version of this now? Nice. Nice. I figured... I wanted to go over this because Glenn makes some good videos. He actually did some good ones.
Open up Unreal Engine to get more familiar with the programming side of game development, since his background was mostly in production and
Actually, them rejecting the game at the end was a good thing in the end. Yeah, pretty much.
marketing. One night, I just started Unreal Engine just to learn and have fun with it, and I got completely addicted, like to a point that was very, very toxic for my health. I was basically working 8 hours per night after my day job just because I couldn't let go. It was like, I can do everything. I'm a god in this world. While Guillaume was having the time of his life experimenting in Unreal Engine, he became good friends with a colleague named Tom Guillemin, one of the gameplay programmers that worked on The Division 2. With Guillaume's newfound obsession, the two Ubisoft developers had plenty to talk about. At this point, Guillaume was still just exploring the engine's ins and outs, but he realized
that I think that is the one thing that Unreal Engine does have. Here's the thing. Unreal Engine 5 currently is like one of the worst engines out there optimization wise, but from a creative standpoint I can see why developers always default to it because it is excuse me, it is probably one of the more experimental engines out there, I think, because I have no I mean I don't know exactly for sure what it must be like, but if a bunch of other studios are using it currently, then I guess it must have some of its benefits, for both better or worse. Now, I just wish it was a more optimized engine for a lot of their games, but it is what it is, right?
Realized he needed a real project if he wanted to make meaningful progress. Being a big fan of JRPGs like Final Fantasy X and Lost Odyssey, Guillaume felt sad that those types of turn-based RPGs with realistic visuals had mostly disappeared.
It's crazy because I remember Lost Odyssey. I think my dad played it once, and it was a huge game. I think the disc, when we had it, was... when we had the disc, it was like multiple different... I think it was like 5 different sections of it. I don't remember. All I know is that it was a huge game and had multiple discs. I think I have it on Xbox still, and I might go back to that. Not gonna lie. Is it on Steam? Hang on. Let me double check something. Okay, I guess not. Oh well. Probably I'll be able to probably find it somewhere. The Final Fantasy X inspiration really shows in E33. Okay, nice.
Final Fantasy shifted to real-time combat, while prominent series like Persona use a more cel-shaded anime aesthetic. Therefore,
Oh, it's only
Guillaume
on
decided
Xbox?
to
I
make a
thought so.
turn-based RPG with a realistic art style, something he
Should be remastered? Yeah, I can see that.
himself would enjoy playing. After building a very rough combat prototype, he experienced a sudden realization, one that would become a defining pillar of Clair Obscure's gameplay. At the time, he was also playing Sekiro, a game built around precise dodges and...
Dude, Sekiro is so good. Sekiro is so good. I knew there was something about Guillaume Broche that I loved. I knew there was something about him. Sekiro is so good. I love it.
and parries. So when
That game's like a whole that was like FromSoft before Elden Ring. That was like FromSoft's foray into like making a whole ass anime type game.
he tested his own turn-based system, a thought crossed his mind. Why can't I parry? This is boring. That single moment sparked the idea to blend traditional turn-based combat with real-time elements. From there, Guillaume began adding story elements as well, though the game looked nothing like the one we know today. His early concept was set in a steampunk Victorian-era England filled with zombies, aliens, and various other elements. As his vision expanded, the project grew from a hobby project into a full-fledged passion project that he desperately wanted to finish. But he knew he couldn't do it alone. He needed a team. Guillaume went straight to Tom, who was...
And that's when he created the indie game Avengers. Two games come to mind was Dishonored. We're moving to a spot like Grappling Hook and Persona 5 Action Commands. Even I said Dishonored, and is this Persona 5? Yeah.
more than happy to join and use his programming expertise to elevate the gameplay systems to the next level. Not long after, Tom was building the first prototypes featuring the turn-based system that blended real-time offense and defense. At this stage, the game was titled We Lost, and included early versions of Gustav, Lune, and Mael, characters that would later be reimagined for Clair Obscure. When Guillaume's work on The Division 2 wrapped up, he moved to Shanghai to work on a Heroes of Might and Magic mobile game. Meanwhile,
Ew. Heroes of Might and Magic mobile game? Ew.
Tom joined the Beyond Good and Evil 2 team. By 2019,
That's never coming out.
Guillaume and Tom had made solid progress on We Lost, enough that they felt ready to take things a step further and bring more people.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. I'm going to show the poster again. Hellfire, did you see this? My best friend got me this while I was away. Before I went away. Is that not sick? I love it. It's so good. I'm going to hang it on my wall. Gotta find a good frame for it.
Onto the project. However, to do that, they needed funding. So Guillaume reached out to an old friend from university, Francois Maurice. Despite having no prior experience in game development,
Right?
Guillaume asked if he'd be
Right? Is that not wicked? It's actually it's very like old school too. I love it. It's so awesome. I'm sorry, I'm just obsessed with it. I'm obsessed.
interested in handling the administrative side of the project and helping secure financial support. Francois didn't hesitate. He quit his job at Marcel, the French equivalent of Uber, and accepted Guillaume's proposal. In 2020, Guillaume decided to quit his job at Ubisoft as well and officially
Ooh. Around when COVID started, oof. That's quite
Found
the
it
balls.
thankfully-
That's quite the ballsy move there.
Interactive with Francois in Montpellier, France. As chief of operations, Francois managed to attract a few angel investors that provided some early funding. It was far from enough to fund the entire project, but it allowed the studio to start hiring more developers.
The GOAT. Look at him. Look at that beautiful son of a bitch. Love him. Larian, you absolute legend with music. And a god with a guitar, dude.
Guillaume began searching for an art director by browsing websites like ArtStation. Whenever he saw artwork he liked, he wrote down the artist's name. At the top of his list was Nicholas Maxon Frankum.
Yet another GOAT. This is the reason why the art direction in Expedition 33 is so fucking incredible.
Like Francois, Nicholas had no prior game development experience. At the time, he was working as an illustrator for a company that organized circus events. But that didn't matter to Guillaume since he was genuinely impressed by Nicholas's work. With Nicholas sitting at the very top of his list,
I mean, with art like this, I would be too. If like an artist like this was drawing something like that, I would want to hire the guy too.
Guillaume had no expectations when he reached out to him. To his surprise, Nicholas immediately agreed to join the team. The next person to come aboard was Larian Testar, who would go on to compose Clair Obscur soundtrack. Larian grew up playing video games, but didn't show any interest in music until he was 16, when he found a guitar in his grandmother's house and decided to teach himself how to play. He eventually enrolled in music school, though mainly to refine his instrumental skills. Composing, on the other hand, was something he taught himself by listening to video game soundtracks and experimenting on his PC. That experimentation led him to create fan-made music for video game trailers he liked. He was making a living teaching guitar, but he wanted to connect with other video game fans. After composing around 50 original tracks, he posted them on a small indie game music forum. That's where Guillaume discovered Larian's music. And once again,
Oh, so it wasn't SoundCloud then, like the early reportings had. So it wasn't SoundCloud. It was like a small indie music forum. I think SkillUp did mention that too, is that it wasn't SoundCloud, it was a music forum. I don't remember what they said it was, but I do remember that's what was said. So, yeah. The more you know.
Expecting another no, he reached out. However, just like Nicholas, Larian didn't hesitate to join the project. Things were really starting to come together, and the developers began preparing a demo and trailer to show to potential investors and publishers. Guillaume posted a message on Reddit that stated the studio was looking for voice actors willing to record lines for free. These lines would be used in cutscenes for the demo. One of the people who responded was Jennifer Svietberien. Jennifer had studied economics and mathematics and enjoyed reading novels and writing as a personal hobby. After graduating, she...
Just a reminder, when people try to say that games are too woke nowadays, remember, Expedition 33 was massively written by a woman. Had to rub salt in the wound there.
She worked in finance for a while, but eventually needed something more creative and exciting. She quit her job and began trying all sorts of different things. At one point, she participated in a 2-month project for NASA. She taught dance and trained in various martial arts. But she had never played a video game before, let alone worked on one before, until she saw Guillaume's Reddit post. It seemed like another fun challenge to try, so she submitted an audition. Guillaume liked what he heard and cast her for 2 roles. While recording lines for the demo, she offered to help write dialogue, since she was a native English speaker. Things naturally evolved from there, and when Guillaume saw how talented she was as a writer, he asked her to become the game's lead writer. By September 2020, Sandvol Interactive had grown to 6 core members. The demo and trailer were finished.
That's insane. Literally the indie game Avengers. Look at that. Fantastic ensemble before it became 30 people. 6 people started all this until it became 30 people. Insanity, dude. All 6 of these people should be commended for their work. Not even joking. I'm so mad I couldn't be able to meet any of them. I got to meet Rich Keeble, but I never got to meet any of these guys. I would just to be able to talk about the game with them would have been a blessing in disguise, dude. I don't know how I would be able to handle it, right? Because when I was meeting Rich Keeble, I was a nervous wreck then. So if I came face to face with Guillaume Broche, I would be, oh man, I'd be an absolute wreck. Absolute wreck.
finished, but the team struggled to find additional investors and a publisher. We Lost just didn't seem to click, and everyone agreed that something was missing. They thought that maybe the setting didn't stand out enough. When they received some outside feedback, they knew what needed to be done. We spoke to some potential investors who said, you know, you can think bigger. Don't hold yourself back just because you're worried about funding. If you could do what you wanted to do, what would you write? So Guillaume called me and he's just like, alright, reboot. We're starting from scratch. Unconcerned with budget, the team began brainstorming a new, grander, and more unique vision for the project. While they initially struggled with this process, it was Guillaume's mother that set them on the right path. During one of his visits, Guillaume asked his mother what the worst thing was that could happen to her. She answered, to lose you or any of my children. Her response sparked a new creative...
That's a good mom. That is a very good mom. Yep. I can see, honestly... Now, that makes so much more sense. The core theme of the Expedition 33 as a whole, it makes so much sense now. Because some of the best games are made with a personal intent, with a personal story in mind. You know? Some of the best games out there, they have a personal story to tell in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's intentional or it's something you have to look deeper into. You know? That's... And hearing that makes everything makes so much sense.
Direction for the project, which would soon be titled Clair Obscur Expedition 33. The developers wanted Clair Obscur to stand apart from the countless fantasy worlds inspired by British or medieval settings.
Hey Chris, how you doing?
Something unmistakably French, something that would allow Guillaume and the other French team members to honor
unmistakably French. That's hilarious.
their own culture and history. The Belle Epoque period was a natural fit to draw inspiration from. It offered a distinctive visual identity and carried strong artistic and cultural significance. For France, it marked a period of growth and creativity, so it makes sense that Belle Epoque translates to beautiful era. Nicholas spent a long time refining the game's art style, aiming to build a world that feels both fantastical and historical. A place where grand theaters and ornate bridges coexist with impossible landscapes. Guillaume describes the final art direction as a blend of Art Deco and fantasy. The team was influenced by games like Dishonored and BioShock, but reimagined...
I can see the BioShock, I can see the inspiration from BioShock for sure.
Those influences through a more romantic,
I still need to play BioShock. I never really did give BioShock a chance.
painterly lens. Nicholas's design process, in his own words, was simply to, quote-unquote, draw stuff I think is cool. He would begin
the rule of cool, right? That's how it works.
Designing each biome with only a few keywords in mind and let the visual...
Got Zemu running on my Steam Deck with the OG dashboard and full online functionality via Insignia. Nice, dude. Look at that.
...visuals evolve from there. Meanwhile, Jennifer began writing the new story. She drew inspiration from the French novel La Horde du Contrevent, a fantasy tale about a group of explorers traveling across a harsh world. It captured...
Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Contrevent, a fan...
Give me a second. I gotta write this down. La Horde du Contrevent. Okay. I had to read that. So I had to make sure so that way I know what books to pick up next in the future.
Fantasy tale about a group of explorers.
Gonna play some OG Halo 2 on my multiplayer.
World.
Nice, have fun.
It captured the same sense of endurance and camaraderie that Jennifer and Guillaume wanted for Expedition 33. A story about people venturing into the unknown on a dangerous, purpose-driven adventure. When it came to defining the central conflict, the force that would propel both the characters and the player forward, the team struggled to land on the right idea.
Whoa.
Jennifer and Guillaume explored many concepts, but kept circling back to the image of a woman tied to a giant doomsday clock, partly because of early art references, and partly due to their initial game concept, which had featured a semi-gothic adversary capable of wiping out large numbers of people with a single strike. In an interview with CGM, Jennifer recalled how that adversary came to be. This was back in 2020, in the midst of COVID, so the idea of an unrelenting force wiping away groups of people was somewhat top of mind. How do you mount a resistance when you feel helpless? When everything seems inevitable? When you don't understand the enemy you're fighting? Or when the enemy seems impossible to fight? We spent quite a bit of time trying to fit the pieces into a compelling story. Who was this entity? What do they want? Why is everyone getting erased? But we kept hitting a wall. Nothing really captivated us. Around the time of the project's reboot, Jennifer had been working on a concept for her personal
Big woman spotted.
short story collection that involved an artist who could enter her own canvases. Suddenly, she realized how well the idea fit the game and how it could answer all the lingering questions about the antagonist. Guillaume loved it too, and that's how the woman with the giant doomsday clock evolved into the paintress. From there, Jennifer's work became less about outlining plot points and more about understanding the characters who inhabited this new...
Hold on, wait. You need to tell me Renoir was gonna have a mustache like that? That's hilarious. Oh man, early concepts of the Descendres is very fascinating. Like, wow.
Became less about outlining plot points and more about understanding the characters who inhabited this new world. She described writing Clair Obscur as a kind of real-life role-playing game. She would step into each character's mind, imagining how they would react in different situations, what they feared and what they longed for. In her view, good storytelling isn't about arranging events in the right order. It's about understanding why a character would make one choice over another. Those motivations would then shape the broader lore and plot points of the story.
That's even funnier.
Very early on, Jennifer and Guillaume agreed on one crucial principle. The story should never tell players what is right or wrong. They didn't want there to be a clear villain or group of heroes. Instead, every main...
They did that really well, actually. That would explain the constant conversations about which ending is the best. There's like nothing but endless conversation.
Major conflict is born from characters holding different perspectives on how to solve the same problem and protect the people they care about. Jennifer and Guillaume's goal was to raise questions and encourage players to engage with those questions, allowing them to be part of the decision making rather than being told what to think. The game's title is a direct reflection of that principle. Clair Obscur is a French term for chiaroscuro, an Italian artistic technique built on dramatic contrasts between light and dark.
Yep.
The technique
I read
depends
about
on
that,
both
actually.
elements working together.
Back when the Developer Direct was a thing, I read up about, before I did the video on the Xbox Developer Direct for the game, I remember I did research about what Clair Obscur actually meant, and it's basically that. It's light and dark contrasts when you're trying to paint something. Like, you're trying to find exactly how to contrast between light and dark. And you see that with a lot of, like, black and white movies. So, yeah. It was nice. It was very interesting to be able to do that kind of research.
To create meaning and emotional impact. There's no moral judgment attached. Light isn't good and shadow isn't evil. This mirrors the game's characters, none of whom are strictly good or evil. Each carries their own light and shadow, and like chiaroscuro, it's the blend of those contrasts that makes them feel alive and believable. To make the world feel lived in, Jennifer wrote far more than what players ever see on screen. Lumiere, the city at the heart of the game, has a fully documented history, past expeditions, political tensions, and decades of social upheaval. Every major character has roots that reach deep into that history. For example, Jennifer wrote 4 generations of family lineage for the character Gustav. Most of these details never appear directly in...
Bro, that's a level of research even I didn't do. Back when I used to do, I used to create my own original characters for animes that I watched, particularly Akame ga Kill and Fairy Tail. I was kind of similar in that regard, where I would do backstories not only of the character that I was making, but also his lineage. Right? That's how I did things as well, and then try to weave it into the main story. You know what I mean? So I totally get the thought process there. I didn't do that much research. That's crazy. And I kind of did the same thing for when I was watching Akame ga Kill a lot. I think I still have the concepts. This is why art history is so important when making art. Absolutely. Yeah. And these developers, they were able to do it. They were able to blend it so well. Oh, but wait, they used generative AI on a placeholder holder image, therefore bad. Therefore bad.
in the game, but they shape how each character speaks, how they make decisions, and how they carry themselves throughout the story. While the story and art direction were beginning
We'll get
to
to that
take
eventually.
shape, the turn-based gameplay mechanics still needed more work. The biggest challenge was finding the right balance between the turn-based attacks and the real-time elements like dodging
Armored Core 6, great game. That's a great
and
game.
parrying, especially the timing windows.
AI
Even though
slap,
it was messy at first, it already felt like a
Right?
fresh
No
take on
kidding.
turn-based combat. The system rewarded skill without punishing players who preferred a more strategic approach. If someone excelled at timing their parries, they could take greater risks. If not, they could build their characters differently, relying more on items or defensive abilities.
Unless if you're Simon, in which he's a cheating bastard. Yeah, I've been trying to fight him again, and bro, he's a cheap ass bastard. Hate him. Horse shit. I love him, but he's horse shit.
It was flexible, expressive, and unlike anything the small team had seen in a turn-based RPG. As the combat system evolved, the team began shaping each playable
I love the design of his robotic arm. That is it is legit one of the coolest robotic arms I've ever come across.
character around a unique gameplay mechanic. The goal wasn't just to give everyone
Lune spotted. Soak it in, folks. I know some Lune simps in this chat. Soak it in. I'm one of them, but
different stats or elemental affinities, but to make each character feel different
I do it
to
too,
play,
so
almost as if their combat style reflected their unique relationship with the world. Fun fact, Gustav's mechanic, arguably the simplest one, was the last to be figured out. For a long time, he didn't have a unique mechanic at all. In the end, they settled on the idea of charging his mechanical arm to unleash powerful attacks. The team worried it might not offer enough depth long term, and even discussed adding overcharge effects to all of his skills. Ultimately though, they chose to
that actually would have been really cool if like you could charge, if you could like apply overcharge to like your weapons or like to your gun. That actually would be really cool if they chose to explore that more. Fun fact, in a lot of older Japanese games, the developers would use a full-on poem written in kanji as a placeholder texture. Ooh, I did not know that. I did not know that. That's cool, actually. That's actually really cool. All right. Good to know that. Thanks, Chris.
keep it simple, especially since Gustav is the first character players unlock.
Yeah.
Composer Larian approached the music with a simple goal: to create something truly original, something as fantastical and evocative as the universe Nicholas had imagined. Despite growing up in France, he never set out to write a deliberately French soundtrack. Instead, he describes the influence of French music as something unconscious, a cultural imprint absorbed over decades that naturally emerged in his compositions.
So it was woven into it without even realizing that he did it. That's wild.
What mattered most was emotion, music that made the world feel alive, music worthy of the game's themes of light and shadow. Some tracks were created in a single day, while others took days, weeks, and even months. The centerpiece of the soundtrack, the 33-minute track Nos Vies en Lumière, was without a doubt the most challenging track to compose. Larian spent 2 months on it, 10 hours a day,
2
layering
months?
melodies and weaving in the musical themes of every major character. A key part of the game's entire soundtrack comes from the human voice. The human voice is like the most powerful and the most emotional instrument, so not having vocals, for me, is like losing emotion. So the voice would...
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. Like, I love my instrumentals, I love my orchestral music, but I feel like lyrics are kind of like a window into the soul as well. A good example, my brother, he has a game that completely rejected the game industry. You know what's funny? Said it embarrassed the gaming industry on the bottom. Yeah, it's interesting because my brother, he has an associate's degree in music theory. He has an associate's degree, and every now and then he makes music of his own at any point in time, like whenever he feels like it. And every now and then he would come up to me if I'm chilling out on my computer or if I'm taking a nap in my bed. He would always ask me, "Hey, could you have a look at have a listen to what he was cooking up, right?" And so I go over there. His ability to convey emotions through lyrics is really good. I always enjoy listening to the music that he does because you can tell it's like it was something that he wanted to make from the heart. It's the voice, the human voice does help a lot with that, I think. I do agree with that.
Was really important for the songs of Expedition 33 for the world. Alice Duport-Percier, the vocalist-composer of the game, really gave a voice to the world. She's become a part of the story, a part of the world. The vision for Clair Obscur was coming to life, but Guillaume and Francois were still struggling to find a suitable publisher. Their investor funding would run out sooner rather than later, and they urgently needed more money. Unfortunately, every publisher they approached declined. They did have a promising conversation
Their loss.
with Alexis Garavarian, CEO of Kepler Interactive, but even he ultimately said no. After hiring 2 more employees, the team managed to create a vertical slice, which would later become the Yellow Harvest area in the full game. In March 2022, they brought this vertical slice to the Game Developers Conference, hoping it would finally convince a publisher. It worked. The same CEO from Kepler saw firsthand what Sandful Interactive had accomplished with such limited resources. If the team could build something this polished on their own, Alexis could only imagine what they might achieve with a real budget. So Kepler agreed to become the publisher of Clair Obscur. Thanks to this new partnership, the developers moved into a new office with plenty of space for new developers to join the team. During the hiring process, Guillaume focused on one quality above all: passion. Experience didn't matter. What mattered was whether the person in front of him truly loved the craft. As a result, around 80% of the people hired were considered junior level. Some even came straight from school.
That's insane, dude. And it just makes you question. You just question, like, how on earth did some of the, like, realistically, for a lot of other publishers, they would be considered unqualified. Yet they all came together. Just how on earth would then they go on to make easily one of the best games of the year and absolutely one of the best games of the last decade? How? Freaking how? Like, I don't understand. But then we've got AAA publishers that take, like, how many employees did Diablo 4 have? And they couldn't even make a decent game out of that? Or shit like Assassin's Creed Shadows? I don't understand it, dude. You got indie games, you got indie devs or small publish. The whole process came off rather naturally. It did, dude. That is insane. Friggin' Silksong was made by 3 people. 3. 1 to do the coding, 1 to do the artwork, and 1 to make the rest of the development, the gaming industry look like bitches. I can't. I don't get it. And yet, for whatever reason, gaming just keeps getting worse. Because you got corporate giants that just... I don't know. I don't understand it. It blows my mind. Especially the last video that we did from Glenn was about Darkwood, and even that showcased just how they were able to make a game that they poured their blood, sweat, and tears into. Do you have passion that'll make Barry White jealous? Yes, you're hired. Exactly, Oleander, exactly.
By now, the combat system had made great progress, but it was still missing the stylish battle animations the game is known for. Guillaume had a very clear vision for how those animations should look, but he couldn't find anyone in Europe who could bring that vision to life. Then, one day, he stumbled across a YouTube channel that featured show reels from animators all over the world, and that discovery sent him down a rabbit hole. Many Korean animators had show reels showcasing exactly the kind of dynamic, expressive animation he was searching for. After a while, he compiled a list of more than 200 animators and reached out to every one of them. Kim Sung-yoon responded, and shortly after, he joined the team on a part-time basis. As development progressed, Sandfall needed more help in the animation department, so Kim invited several of his animator friends to join the project. In total, 8 animators worked on Clair Obscur part-time, since none of them wanted to give up their regular day jobs. Between 2023 and 2024, at the peak of development, the studio grew to around 50 developers. That includes the part-time animators, as well as 4 developers from App Software, the studio behind Scorn, who helped
Oh, they got the people behind Scorn? Okay, that I did not hear about.
Sandfall with porting Clair Obscur to consoles. Near the very end of development, when the team shifted primarily to polishing, the studio had settled back down to about 30 developers. Of course, many people outside the studio also played a...
Hold on, no.
Developers. Of course, many people outside...
Over the last couple of years, I have such an appreciation for this son of a bitch. Like, if I ever get into game development and I need voice actors, I'm calling his ass. Jennifer, too. Those two are the goats. I love them both. They're so awesome. I mean, come on. It's clear who my favorite character is. It's clear. Ben fucking Starr. Oh, man.
Outside the studio also played a crucial role in bringing Clair Obscur to life.
Meeting Rich Keeble was just as awesome.
Outside the studio also played a crucial role in bringing Clair
Rich Keeble's just as great.
Obscur to life. The talented English and French voice cast, including Jennifer English, Ben Starr.
My LCD Same Dick is one of the last ever made, and I'll be damned if I ever let it die. Good.
Charlie Cox, Adeline Chetaille, Theodore Atkin, Alexandre Gillet, and many others brought the necessary layers of
They got Charlie Cox. That's the best part, and he was only in there for like 4 hours.
Motion to each of their roles. Motion capture artists gave the performances physical nuance, while an outsourced QA team ensured the game was as bug-free and stable as possible. And behind the scenes,
gonna go for now, later.
localization
Take
teams
care, Lois.
adapted the entire experience for players across many different countries. All of these contributions were vital, and none of them should be overlooked when talking about the final result. What began as a solo project in 2018 grew into a deeply collaborative effort, shaped by dozens of developers whose individual talents elevated one another. 7 years later, that shared effort took the gaming world by storm. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 released in April 2025 and received universal praise from both critics and gamers. Some call it a celebration of the RPG genre, others describe it as a kind of masterpiece that only comes around once in a generation. For a while, it felt like everyone was talking
Rorschach,
about Sandfall's debut title. As of October 2025,
that's insane to me. It is their first game, and they pulled out one of the best. It's like you topped it on your first go. How can you get better than that? Like, how can you do better than that? I don't know. I don't know how, but damn, I'll be there. I'll be there for the ride, bro.
the game has sold over 5 million copies. It's already won a bunch of awards at the Game Awards and Golden Joystick Awards, including Game of the Year, and it's sure to reap in many more in the coming months as the award season continues. At the Golden Joystick Awards, Guillaume talked about the game's success and mentioned how no one saw it coming. I think people don't really realize that now it's become big, but before the launch, it was not supposed to be big. I think we all felt the same thing. It's going to be cool. It's not going to be big, it's going to be cool. And what's happening today is like, nobody really understands what's happening. It's a weird feeling when you put your heart out into the world and the world embraces it and gives you so much love back. We get so much love from the players. It's so touching and incredible that it's very hard to explain.
I believe him. I fully believe him. When you create something that changed the lives of so many people, I don't know. And it's funny because the timing of it, the timing of this game that came out, it came out at a time where it was very important to me because I mentioned it a couple times, but about a couple months ago, I think about a month after the game came out, my grandfather passed. He died naturally of and all I can say is dementia is a bitch. And I guess it really helped me get through that, or the messages that this game had. It helped me get through that a lot, and it helped me figure out exactly how I was going to be able to handle that. You know that song in the soundtrack, Until Next Life. Yeah, that song was my emotional support for a while, for a couple of days after that. I don't know how it happened, but it just did. So when you come across a game that touches you in that high, well, like to such a degree, you can't help but feel like that kind of memory or that kind of impact that you leave on somebody, that matters a lot more than even they know, you know? Hey, Keys, how you doing, dude? Good to see you. You just watched me, you almost caught me damn near crying on stream, almost. I about choked up there, but, I just... I don't know. I guess they didn't fully grasp until the game came out that what they created fundamentally just impacted so many people, including myself, so...
As for what's next for Sandful Interactive, Jennifer mentioned shortly after the game's release that once the dust settles, the team will begin thinking about DLC. When asked which areas of the world she'd like to explore next, she explained that choosing just one is nearly impossible. It's hard to pinpoint one because I want to explore all of them. I love world building. I could do this all day. I could go in all directions, the past, the future,
Thanks,
sideways, the adventures of SK and Francois. It could go in all sorts of different directions. In an interview with content creator Pirate Software, Guillaume explained that he
Ew. Ew.
considers himself incredibly lucky with how everything aligned during the creation of Clair Obscur, which makes it difficult for him to offer advice to aspiring indie developers. But if there was one piece of guidance he felt confident sharing, it was this. The most important thing when you start a game is knowing you don't have to make a game that you think people will like. You have to make a game that you will like.
Yeah. Yeah, this was before Pirate Software was a dumbass. Yeah. Alright, great video from Glenn. Hang on, let me do this. If you guys want to check it out for yourself, more than welcome to do so. And in fact, you know what? I'm gonna keep watching his content more. He's really good at what he's doing right now. Awesome job. Great video. I'm here considering setting up Duck Station, PCSX2, PPSPP, so I can play every Ace Combat game, including the games currently on and soon to release on Steam. Go for it, dude. If you could get to it, yeah. I don't know. It's such a monumental achievement when it comes to games like this. You know, I don't think games like this, I don't think we're going to get for a long time, you know. Hey, Anonymous, how you doing? Now, unfortunately, to take with the good for this stream, we have to have some bad. Okay. Oh, man. I cannot wait for this. So, on the day of the Game Awards, Harmon Smith posted this. And I always love watching these. I always love watching these because it's literally just the biggest cope session every year. The last year, Luigi's 2024 was the funniest one yet. And 2023 before that was just as funny. So, Yeah, it's this guy. Revs up wood chipper with religious intent. I'm so curious on this. And then we're not even done yet because we got a video from Gara after this. So let's give it a shot. So here we go. Let's have some fun.
For fans of video games, 2025 was a terrible year, unless you were a fan of the Big N.
He says this literally every... Oh, wow. Okay, he just cut there. Wild. But yeah, he says this every year. He's like, oh, this year was terrible for video games, unless if you were a Nintendo fan. Unless you were a Nintendo fan. I love it. I always love cope sessions like this. It's the best. It's hilarious.
Nintendo dominated this year with all of the best releases, but for everyone else, it was a complete disaster. And today, we are going to look back.
What the hell does he got on his neck? What does he got around his neck? What the hell is that? Is that supposed to be like a... I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
All of the worst games of 2025.
All right, hold on. Real quick. Place your bets, folks. What games do you think are going to be on here? Going back, people are trying to gaslight about Expedition 33 using AI. Yeah, it's a mess. We got a video about that as well. We got a video from Alex about that later on. And I know a certain person who's watching right now is going to go crazy the moment we start talking about his video in a minute. Okay. So far, you got one right so far, guys. So far. Let's see. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go. If you guys didn't know anymore, sound it off in the chat. So, all right, let's see what the first one is. Apparently, Indie Awards is not nominating E33 for any of the awards. I can kind of see that because indies, it's hard to quantify exactly how it is what's an indie game and what isn't nowadays. So, all right, let's give this a look.
This may come as a bit of a shock to you, but early on in the Switch 2 lifespan, the narrative was that Cyberpunk 2077 was the only third-party game that was doing well on Switch. This was an obvious attempt at trying to revitalize the brand and the company.
I mean, you bought it, so I mean, it's one of the few probably that did sell very well. I mean, I have not played Cyberpunk 2077 on the Switch 2 yet. Or I don't plan to because I don't have a Switch 2, nor am I really waiting on one. I'm not losing sleep if I don't get one. But I have been playing it on... Oh, is it because of the use of Gen... Oh, whatever. Whatever. Hold on, let me... Wait. Hang on. I'm trying to look at this right now. I'm looking this up. Hold on. Trying to look this up. If y'all have a link to that, let me know. And then I'll be able to see if that's true. Hang on. Yeah, if you guys can find a link to that, let me know.
Company and generate some hype for The Witcher 4, but in actuality, this game came and went like a wet fart. This game...
I mean, it came out in 2020, so not a lot of people were gonna be keeping the same energy when it comes to Cyberpunk, so, I mean...
is 5 years old now and has still not found an audience, and if anything, has
If anything, I disagree with that. If anything, I think it's found a way bigger audience than when it came out. With the new updates and whatnot, and edge runners saving it, it's clear that it's finding a bigger its audience finally. I think I'd argue. Is it really any wonder why Harmon's a Nintendo Sam when Nintendo's target audience just so happens? That's good. I love that, Chris. That's a good one.
Only antagonized me more over the years due to the insistence of the general gaming public that the game was somehow fixed through patches. And now that I've actually played,
I wouldn't say it's fixed, but it is getting better, I think. You argue that Cyberpunk went full No Man's Sky? That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. I've heard about that, yeah. He did buy Cyberpunk after all the complaining he did about it. He just couldn't resist. Of course. Yeah, that's just how it is. Grifter's got to grift, you know?
I can safely say that it's not true. And of course, the cope is always going to be that it runs better on PC and that it's...
It does, actually. I've been playing it, actually. I put... actually, let me check. There you are. I put 5 hours into it already, and I'm enjoying it. So, at least currently. And it runs fine on my machine, which is crazy.
Some phenomenal experience if you spend time...
It's almost like it does run better on PC, absolutely. It's almost like the Switch 2 version isn't as good as all it's cracked up to be.
Time with it, but in actuality, Cyberpunk 2077 is a complete joke and should be treated as such. We now know why that Deltarune took so long to come out. Toby Fox was trying to time the...
Oh, Deltarune. Okay, who's played Deltarune in this chat? I haven't yet. I still need to play Undertale. And then before I get into Deltarune. So, I'm curious. Not you? Okay. Yeah, I have not played Undertale or Deltarune just yet, but I know that one of the big releases was chapters 3 and 4, I think, for the Switch 2. Harmon would call Ultra Kill a failure for sure. I have played chapter 1 and semi to chapter 2, but I moved away from that community in Undertale. Fair. That's fair.
Release with the launch of the Switch 2. He really thought that if he launched Deltarune...
That's another funny thing is that, for whatever reason, I think out of everybody he's ever talked about, Harmon hates Toby Fox. He hates that guy.
Chapters 3 and 4 on Nintendo Switch 2 day one, that it would lead to his game being the most popular, successful early indie game on the platform. But in actuality, this thing completely faded into irrelevancy fast. Nobody talks about it.
That is true. I will say that is... I'm mad about the Layer 8 delay, but I'm understanding about it. Yeah, you gotta let the devs cook, you know? Gotta let the devs cook. I wouldn't be... yeah, he wants to be Toby Fox. Yeah, he absolutely wants to be Toby Fox. Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I do agree that Deltarune kind of just faded away. And I'm kind of surprised by that. Yeah, but yeah, you're talking about it, so someone is talking about it. Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah.
Nobody cares about it. It's not even the biggest indie game of the year. Like, it is shocking how Toby Fox's attempts at staying relevant have just consistently ended in failure. And
It's not bad. It's not terrible. Overwhelmingly positive. Yeah. It's perfectly fine to me, it looks like. It was either delay or remove the features from Layer 8. Yeah, I'd rather have them delay it, personally. Just so that their vision is fully realized. How many did it sell? Hold on. Deltarune. Sales. 2.3 million? Okay. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think Deltarune is doing fine. So, I mean, I think Deltarune's doing fine.
Now, a decade after release of Undertale, it is high time we start acknowledging that this guy is a complete fraud, a hack, and should be dismissed. I never want to hear about Toby Fox or Deltarune ever again.
Hey, Harmon, if you're watching this right now, Toby Fox, Toby Fox, Toby Fox, Toby Fox, Toby Fox.
After years of being screamed at about
Oh, here we
Doom
go.
Eternal is one of
Here we go. Here we go.
the best games of all time, it was very gratifying to me to see Doom the Dark Ages come out and just completely flop.
Okay. Hot take, chat. Hot take. Ready? You ready? Doom Eternal is the better game over all of the two, but Dark Ages has the better gameplay. I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it real, chat. Just keeping it real. I think the gameplay is way better here than Eternal, personally. I like the flow of it more. Eternal is the better game overall, period, right? But I think Dark Ages, I like the feel of it more. I like the gameplay of it more. They're both great. Yeah, I love both of them. But I don't know. I think Dark Ages actually makes you feel like you are a berserker behemoth. It's genuinely amazing. I recently went back to play the Repertorium, and I forgot how much I loved it.
Prior to release, fanboys were saying this was going to be one of the biggest releases of the year and this huge cultural phenomenon. And now that it's been out...
Who said that? They were just knowing it's going to be another great game by id Software. I see it any more than that. I do think, yeah, I do agree that I wish that Dark Ages wasn't so high priced. I do think it didn't need to be $70. I agree with you. Because I think Eternal released at 50 or 60, I can't remember. I think Doom Eternal released on $60, right? If I remember right. I could be wrong, but yeah, I do agree it shouldn't have been $70. And I also don't agree with the forced ray tracing. I don't agree with the forced ray tracing. Because of the forced ray tracing, one of my good buddies, Ryan, he can't play the game because he does not have an RTX card. And that makes me sad because I was going to gift it to him for Christmas, but then I remembered he won't be able to even play the game at a functioning rate. And that makes me sad because Dark Ages is genuinely good. I loved it.
It was absolutely buried by the Switch 2. So much so that I really have to wonder what Bethesda was thinking in not producing this on the platform. If this had...
No, there it is. There it is. If it was on the Switch 2, he'd totally play it.
Been an early game on Switch 2, maybe it would have been talked about a little bit, the same way that Cyberpunk was. But as it stands, I'm very comfortable in saying that...
Does it have a... No, he does not have a Steam Deck Dragon.
Doom Reboot is officially over. That there's nowhere for it to go, that the developers are all out of ideas, and...
I wouldn't say they're all out of ideas. I'm sure they can think of something. id Software are really good when it comes to... id Software is really good when it comes to how they handle their franchises. Honestly, if I'm being real with you, I think they should put the Doom franchise to rest, and they should focus on Quake. I think they should let them focus on Quake next. I think if they did Quake, that would be really fun. Especially because I think Quake needs new stuff. I think. So like a full-fledged single-player Quake game would be really cool. you know? So, but that's just me.
I never want to hear about this overrated franchise ever again. Ghost of Tsushima cultivated a reputation for being a historically accurate samurai game, and that was not and never was true. The game was always woke, and it's very
Oh, jeez, here we go. Ghost of Yote. All right. And his comments about Ghost of Tsushima also are completely untrue. Clearly not true. Because I remember the story of that when Ghost of Tsushima came out. They represented the island so well. Didn't they? I think... Hold on. I think he was playing it. He was... Actually, wait. Hang on. Hang on, actually. Hold on. He did play it. Hold on. Let me find one of Gara's older videos. Gara... Rage. Let's see. Where is it? Let me see here. There was one that he did do. Hang on. Back when Shadow the Erdtree was around. Hang on. Ah, here we are. Okay. So watch this. Get ready for this. Hold on. Ooh, that was loud. Okay, let's see here. Ah, here it is. Here's the clip.
Not mention Ghost of Tsushima.
Y'all gonna get a big laugh out of it.
Hold on. Get ready for this.
Let's took you a while to figure out a certain.
I'm just gonna let it play.
Pretty obvious, and let's not mention Ghost of Tsushima.
Y'all gonna get a big laugh out of it.
Watch his gameplay. Just take a look.
Now, I want you guys to pay very, very close attention to this. Since Mr. Pro Gamer over here has, about maybe 5 points away from unlocking the wind stance, that means currently right now he has the stone and water stance unlocked. Meaning he has 2 effective stances that could really work against shields and regular swordsmen. Now, I have a question for y'all. Does Harmon Smith A, use these stances to his advantage so he can actually win against these fights? Or B, does he get his ass beat to a pulp to the point where he has to hyper-focus and actually fight these enemies just by spamming? Let me know what you guys think.
Yeah, really.
Look at that.
Damn, really?
Peak gaming, bro. Peak
Can't
gamer.
block.
Look at him.
Fuck is that? Like
You ran right into
you
that,
can't block
dude.
it, you can't dodge it.
Dude, you ran right... Look at that. Hold on,
Harmon?
wait, go back. He ran right into that. What?
The fuck is that? Like you can't block it, you can't dodge it. Okay.
Harmon, you have no leg to stand on.
None. Just gonna leave that for you. Just gonna leave that there for you. Yeah, okay, here it is. This was the conversation I was talking about. That because Tsushima was so good that they were named ambassadors of the island after boosting tourism. Yeah, like that's an actual thing. when you got your own the actual culture respecting how well you represented their island, that should tell you something. Nor does that take away from Sucker Punch, I think, because Sucker Punch made something really special back then. Just because Ghost of Yote wasn't that great doesn't mean it was, yeah.
Interesting to see just how quickly the sequel dropped the ball. Nobody talks about this game. Nobody cares about it. Nobody's saying this.
It's not that they dropped the ball. It's more so that they really didn't do anything. It's just another textbook example of a safe sequel.
This is one of the best games of the year. This was a complete misstep from Sucker Punch, and very well may have killed off the narrative that they cultivated with the original Ghost of Tsushima. Now, there are a lot of problems with this game, not the least of which is that they replaced the very popular protagonist of the original. But
I want to talk about that as well. Replacing Jin, to me, I wasn't that upset, because it felt like at the end of Ghost of Tsushima, it felt like Jin's career, like his arc or his story, was pretty much complete. You probably could do more with Jin, maybe. I wouldn't know exactly how, but that doesn't mean specifically that like replacing him was a bad thing. It's just that they should have done something like more interesting. They could have done something more interesting, and from what I can tell, I haven't played it myself, but Yote doesn't really seem to do much that much different. So, I think it's just a difference of opinion, I guess. Because I know some friends that will probably disagree with me, and that's okay.
The long and short of it is, this was PlayStation's last shot at putting out a high-quality exclusive, and they completely dropped the ball.
Yeah.
This is an interesting release for me because I hated the original Hades.
Well, that was your first mistake. Hating the original Hades is your first mistake. I played it a while back, and I remembered it being pretty good. It wasn't a game I was going to play for a long time, but I enjoyed it, right? Hades 2, though, that game blew me away. I cannot express to you just how much better I think Hades 2 is compared to the first game. I like the gameplay more. I love the combat. I love the animations more. I like the characters more. It's probably one of the most fun roguelikes I've played in quite a bit. So,
I was very quick to call it overrated. It felt like one of those corporate indie games that the industry just
corporate indie games, they're self-published.
Rallies behind for whatever reason, probably because someone
haven't played the sequel yet. Do so. Hades 2 is amazing. I actually recently gifted that to Hellfire recently because I know that she's been wanting to play it too. So I was like, "Hey, enjoy it."
Game is sleeping with them. This was really interesting to see because the original Hades is one of the most overrated indie games ever produced, and the sequel was very, very much hyped. It was supposed to be just as good, if not better.
It is. It's way better than the first game.
And now that it's actually out, nobody cares. And this really is an interesting example of what I like to call indie sophomore sequel syndrome, because every time an indie developer tries to put out a sequel to their hit game, it always misses, like every single time. It's a really interesting phenomenon. Indie devs do not have the resources to put out high-quality sequels consistently, and that is a very interesting phenomenon I have begun to notice this year.
Okay. Honestly, I fully disagree with that completely because, like I mentioned before, Hades 2... I followed that game since like day one of early access, and it's only gotten better after that. And now with the 1.0 release, I finally was able to get my best friend to play it, and he's been having a blast with it too. So that's, yeah. Obviously I disagree, but that's neither here nor there.
Arc Raiders is the stereotypical...
Here we go. Arc Raiders. Okay. That one I can't comment on because, I can't comment on that because I've never played Arc Raiders. So, hold on one second. All right. I'm just keeping this just in case.
Example of the flavor of the month game that streamers get excited about and do videos on and then completely forget about. This is a very stereotypical meme game in the sense where people hype it up as the most fun thing in the world, and yet by this time next year nobody will even remember it ever.
I mean, streamers like Shroud didn't really help with situations like that because he only plays like multiplayer games, as far as I know. So, but Arc Raiders, I guess from what I can tell, is pretty good. A lot of my friends play it and they enjoyed it. I can't, like I said, I can't comment much because I've never played the original, or I've never played Arc Raiders yet. So yeah.
Existed, you know. It's no different than Helldivers 2. It's no different than
Helldivers is still going on strong.
You know, Fall Guys or FNAF. You know, there are just endless examples of this kind of thing, and it really does need to be understood more that if a game like this has no staying power, it's not a very good game.
Well, it does have a lot of staying power. It's kicking Call of Duty's ass right now, along with Battlefield. So, all right, guys, real quick, let me do this. Let's pull. Which one should I do? Let's do. No, not that one. Let's do. Yeah, FNAF. Yeah, that was a weird choice. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the bathroom, so I'll be right back with you shortly. Okay, very nice. Actually, I'm gonna have. Let me have the soundtrack playing in the back. Wait. Hang on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Just have it background. Let me see here. Okay. There we go. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Perfect.
I have long condemned the Assassin's Creed games for being...
Oh, here we go. It's Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's Gar and Hellfire's favorite games. I'm gonna get my ass killed for that. That's gonna be funny.
extremely historically inaccurate. This is something I've been talking about since the very first game. The entire narrative that these games have, that they're some historically accurate thing that represents the...
Assassin's Creed was never known to be historically accurate. That's kind of like the whole point of Assassin's Creed. It was a way for them to be different from what history actually showed. You know? So, that's weird.
Culture and like what was actually happening in these time periods. It's a complete fabrication. I would argue Assassin's Creed is traditionally the most woke video game franchise there is, because they have...
Well, that's one hell of a take. Like I mentioned before, the games aren't necessarily meant to be historically accurate. That's kind of the point. But we'll go off, I guess.
always been trying to transplant the woke ideology.
Yeah, it's more Yeah, Assassin's Creed is more historical fiction. Yeah, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is, actually. So, I can absolutely see that. Yeah.
Into history. This is probably one of the IPs that's been the most successful at that, and it's very interesting to see that it fell apart when it went to Japan. When they tried to gaslight people into thinking Yasuke, one of Nobunaga's manservants, was actually this high-profile Japanese samurai who earned the respect of Japan. This is ridiculous if you know anything.
Oh, yeah, no, and you know what's funny, Ollie, is he hates people like Synthetic Man. He hates people like him. That's the funny part.
About samurai culture, or Nobunaga, or Yasuke, like the actual historical figure, as opposed to like the weird pop media cultural representation of him. Like, Yasuke was not a samurai, and this is something that anybody who knows anything about the period could tell you, but it's something that wokies have been trying to gaslight people into believing for a very, very, very long time, and to see it...
But that's the thing about this game, these games being historical fiction. You could play around with stuff like that. You know? You could play around with similar situations like that. Did it make Assassin's Creed Shadows a better game? No, I don't think so. But that's what these games used to play around with. I mean, in Black Flag, you fight with yeah, I mean, in Black Flag, you end up working and partnering up with Blackbeard. So,
just collapse because of this specific release is something that I, as a bit of a Nobunaga enthusiast, am very happy to see. This is, I think, like, culturally speaking, the game that I'm most happy to see fail. Like, this hopefully will be the last Assassin's Creed game we see. Hopefully this is the end of the whole, like, Yasuke thing, the beginning of the end of the narrative. And
it's never going to go away, unfortunately.
Hopefully people start to realize that Assassin's Creed was never, ever good.
That's not possible.
Blueprints is one of those games that comes...
Hey, we don't slander Blueprints in this house. Yeah, we don't slander Blueprints here. Blueprints, the best way I can describe Blueprints is that there's really nothing else like it out there. Like, it's a one-of-a-kind game, you know? It's not my favorite game this year, but I enjoyed it a lot. And I normally don't play puzzle games. But Blueprints shocked the hell out of me. Ascreed makes too much money for it to ever go away. We'll see. We'll see with Shadows, for sure.
out, and Game Journals try to pretend is really deep and interesting, that this is one of the best games of the year, and
It is.
almost instantly it's forgotten because nobody plays it, nobody cares about it. It's just a meme. It's just the token indie game that people shove out there to try and pretend that they care about or play indie games. Like, this is...
I played it. Yeah, Blueprints is really good, Dragon. I recommend it. I think it's on sale on Steam right now. Hang on. Yeah, it's $20 on Steam. I say give it a shot.
The very stereotypical example of that phenomenon, and really should be studied as a case example of just how none of this is going to leave any major impact on the industry going forward. I have no interest in Blueprints. I will never play it. I will never talk about it again. I probably won't even remember the name after I'm through with this video.
Yeah, because your memory is dog shit, dude.
This game is a complete joke. The end of Borderlands is here, and I can't begin to tell you how happy I am to hear that. The game that ushered in the era of millennial writing into video games is finally coming to a close.
I never really did play I never did play Borderlands 4. The last game that I played was the first one. Man, my dad and I, we co-opted Borderlands 1 together, and we had a great time with that. I played a bit of Borderlands 2, but I didn't finish it all the way. And then Borderlands 3 I didn't touch. And, what else? And then 4 I never touched. Mostly because I grew to really just hate Randy Pitchford. I have severe apathy towards that guy. Not to mention, the Goldfish did what Harmon couldn't. Beat Godric and Elden Ring. Yeah, that's right. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on, guys. Sorry about that. My brother was calling me. So, alright.
Borderlands 4 was so broken at launch that it was...
That is true. It did launch pretty bad. It did launch pretty bad.
completely unplayable.
Oh, and what's his face? Randy Pitchford tried to make it that like, oh, if you were a real fan, you would go and buy it. Which, yeah, that was just garbage. So, yeah.
On every platform, and to this day they still have not released the Nintendo Switch 2 version because they screwed it up that badly. Now, Borderlands is something that's
Why would you care if you hated it?
been on the way out for a long time. It really only got any semblance of relevancy because of just being an online first-person shooter game that you can play with friends. And seeing it slowly start to decline into irrelevancy is...
You stopped after 3 because the villains in 3 had so much missed potential. Yeah, that's what I've heard.
something that I've been very happy to see. These games aren't good. They never have been good. I hate the fans. They've never been funny. Anthony Birch will never, ever own a Wii U. This game...
That was a weird comment. Anthony Birch will never own a Wii U. That was a weird comment.
Game is a complete joke. In a year filled with a bunch of astroturfed irrelevant games, I don't know if anything is as astroturfed as
here we go.
Claire Obscure.
Here we go.
This game has been shoved everywhere down our throats, on Twitter, on social media.
I went back to BL4 after several updates. Still doesn't seem like it is fixed.
Gaming magazines, they tried to say this is the best JRPG ever made.
There's Expedition 33. Yep, we all knew it was happening eventually. We all saw that coming. Yeah. Yeah, not surprised by that at all.
Even though it's not a JRPG, it was made in France. So
It's yeah, the term JRPG definitely has kind of been muddied ever since. But I wouldn't really call it the game a JRPG. It's more of a JRPG or something like that, you know? Something only exclusive to France, but genuinely that doesn't really take much away from the game itself. So,
there's definitely been this weird push to try and legitimize Western RPGs again. We saw something similar with Baldur's Gate 3, where there was this huge blitz of people trying to say it was this like all-time classic and one of the best games ever made, and now
it was. Baldur's Gate 3 was awesome. I still need to finish it, actually. My last playthrough, I was in Act 2. Never did finish it yet. I'll finish it one of these days.
a couple of years later, nobody even remembers it, And Claire Obscure seems like it's even more irrelevant. Nobody talks about it. Nobody cares.
I care about it. It took it made a huge impact on my life. I doubt I'm going to stop talking about it for a long while. I have close friends of mine that we talk about the game all the time. Klutzy recently just bought the game after one Game of the Year. And then he texted me saying that he apologizes. He profusely apologizes because he wasn't familiar with the game. I was like, I told you. That's just how it is, brother.
Is a really blatant example, I think, of how the Western video game world has this major...
Twitter literally was talking about it for months. Yep. And he made 10 videos. Yeah. Just like any game says he doesn't care about. Yeah.
Contempt for the far superior Japanese RPG games. Because looking at this, I can name dozens of examples of RPGs that look better than this, that play better than this, that have better stories than this, and yet we're supposed to believe that this is one of...
Okay, well, why can't they just coexist? If there are JRPGs out there that are really good, why not can't they just coexist? A lot of people are hating on it right now because people are misinterpreting their use of AI as a placeholder. Going through it a second time, and I have seen this game make lifelong JRPG haters love JRPGs. I'm one of them. I used to not care about turn-based RPGs or JRPGs in general. I'm one of those people. And now, because of that, I'm wanting to do something... That actually does remind me of something that I did forget to mention. I'm wanting to do something... I'm going to have a poll up about whether or not it should be a thing. But I do kind of want to do a thing where next year I want to do streams that are basically called the JRPG or turn-based game apology tour, where it's basically I play a bunch of like old school turn-based games or JRPGs that I've missed in the past. What do you guys think of that idea? Yeah, I would probably try the Divinity series. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I am RPG and JRPGs thanks to Dragon Quest that I did love. Okay. Yeah, I think it would be fun. I think it'd be hilarious to be able to like play games that I haven't been able to. I actually recently on my Xbox, I have been I've been trying to replay Metaphor ReFantasio again. I actually have been trying to replay that again. And I don't know. I'm not big into it just yet, but I'm slowly warming up to it. So,
the best games released this year. No.
It is.
I don't think it's a coincidence that the people who are hyping this up, people like Darkside Phil, people like Maximilian Dude, are people who are not known for playing RPGs.
Yeah. That speaks volumes about how good the game is, don't you think? And that's not true about Maximilian Dude either. One of his favorite games of all time is Final Fantasy VII. What do you mean? Maximilian Dude has played plenty of different RPGs. His favorite game of all time is Final Fantasy VII. So, I'm not sure why you chose Maximilian Dude as a comparison. Darkside Phil is just an idiot. Nobody takes him seriously, realistically. Well, you do once he starts trying to talking about a game that you dislike. So you're kind of off and on when it comes to DSP, so...
This is an AstroTurf game that's being sold to you by viral marketers, and it should be rejected for that reason.
Disagree. Oh, at least this part was mercifully short, so, hey. Yeah, they're not in the same sentence. They shouldn't be in the same sentence. Yeah, he's been in the RPG community for years now.
I didn't understand the sheer contempt that a lot of horror game fans...
Oh, no. Oh, no, not Kronos. Okay, well, let's see what he has to say.
Fans have for Blooper Team until I bought Kronos the New Dawn. This was something that...
Well, Blooper Team has had a rocky reception in the past, mostly because some of their games in the past just didn't resonate with people very much, and or they didn't really have a good representation of like mental health issues. That's one thing. But the games themselves, they're kind of mixed. Like Layers of Fear I kind of liked. Blair Witch I kind of dropped because it just wasn't captivating me much. And then The Medium was boring as sin. But then they bounced back with Silent Hill 2 Remake, which is, in my opinion, one of my favorite games that I played last year. And then now, this year, they bounced back with Kronos. I adore Kronos. It's one of my top 5 games of this year.
If they showed off at a Nintendo...
It is a massive love letter to Dead Space, absolutely. It's like if Dead Space mixed with, what's the best way to describe it? What's a good way to describe it, actually? It's like Dead Space meets Metro. Metro, that's what it is. Yeah, it's like if Dead Space met Metro. That's what it is.
Direct, and a lot of people were excited about it, and I could tell instantly that there was something off about it. I didn't like the name Blooper Team. I didn't like the reputation. It looked like a very lazy...
Wait. You said earlier that you didn't get the utter contempt and hatred for Blooper Team, but now you said you didn't like their reputation? So you do know about them. That's not confusing at all. Okay.
The action horror game, and in the end I did decide to try it because I was very curious about Blooper Team and what they...
The game also doesn't run bad on my PC. It actually doesn't run bad. It's actually one of the better Unreal Engine 5 games. It still has the same problems that Unreal Engine 5 has, but in general, it feels really good to play. And did you guys know that the game is like 20 gigabytes? I think if I remember correctly. Yeah, 24 gigs. The game's only 24 gigabytes. That's wild to me.
Produced, and when I within 10 minutes I wished I could have refunded this game. It's clunky, it's slow, it looks like trash.
Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, so what you're telling me is you barely got out of the tutorial phase. You barely even touched the actual main core mechanics of the game. You're still playing the tutorial at that point. So what you're saying is you didn't actually play the game. You only got there for like 10 minutes, and that was it. Got it. Got it. Makes so much sense now. Because if you actually played it more... Yeah, I don't think he even hit the first enemy, because 10 minutes in, you're getting out of the machine that has teleported you there in the first place, and you're just doing more exploring. And you're getting used to like how puzzles work or anything like that. He barely plays the games he talks about and expects everyone to take his word on it. Yeah. Has he? Hold on. I'm curious now. Hang on. I doubt I'm going to find it. But... Let's see. I'm curious. Did he play it on stream? I'm trying to remember if he did or not. If somebody can find me that'd be great. Oh, the Clea theme. That's really good.
Crash. I would rather play Resident Evil 4 for the millionth time than even look at this game again. This game was a complete waste of everyone's time and a very good example of how Nintendo fans will froth at the mouth for anything that looks even remotely mature or adult. Like, it is something that we as gamers need to learn to reject. Imagine making a sequel so terrible that I am no longer...
Oh, here we go. Hollow Knight Silk Song. Here we go. Hollow Knight Silk Song. I'm so curious what he has to say about this one.
Fan of the original. Hollow Knight Silk Song was a massive disappointment with this empty open world with...
It's not even really open world. It's open segments. It's not really... It's Metroidvanias can't be open world. Can they? I don't think so. Metroidvanias are normally not like that. They just have a lot more big areas. I wouldn't really call... I wouldn't call Silk Song an open world. So, that's... Well, your first strike there. Eternal Darkness was originally on the GameCube. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't remember, but he only bought and played a stream within an hour of release, but has played multiple He did, yeah. Didn't he get to Act 3? I still haven't gotten to Act 3. I just kind of finished after Act 2. But I really loved Silk Song. Silk Song was a great game. Awesome game. In my opinion, it's also kind of... It's kind of like Hades 2, where it's better than the first game. For me, personally. So.
This incredibly padded out story with this worthless second act with no...
Worthless second act? That's when you get to the Citadel. Act 2 is when you get to the Citadel. And you make your way through that. If you're talking about maybe Act 3, maybe, I don't know. But Act 2 is not padded and meaningless. That's how you get, literally, that's how you get to the Citadel, and you get through the coral chambers. And you had to fight your way to be able to get to the top of the Citadel. I'm not sure what he means by that.
Nothing to do outside of boss fights. Silk Song is a...
That's not true. There's a lot of side quests in the game. Tons of side quests, actually. That's weird. The reason why I brought up Eternal Darkness was because of the stupid comment of Nintendo's being afraid of adult games. No, it's not that he said they're afraid of adult games. It's more that, like, Nintendo fans will froth at the mouth when they see, like, when they finally get something that's more mature, that they'll go for it, that they'll just lap it up. I think that's what he meant to say. But no, there's tons of side quests and weapons that you can collect as the game goes on. I'm not sure what he meant by that. Unless if he didn't do the side quests, which I believe. I'm sure he probably didn't do the side quests.
Very good example of just how follow-ups to beloved indie games have a tendency to drop the ball. And a lot of people are acknowledging...
And I disagree. It improved on the original Hollow Knight in basically every way.
Silk Song's failings at this point. Nobody thinks this is Game of the Year.
Well, if Expedition 33 didn't come out this year, I would absolutely say that Silk Song's Game of the Year. 100%.
But it's going to be very, very interesting in when people start acknowledging what this means for Team Cherry and for the Metroid-like genre as a whole. Because the narrative was that Silk Song was going to be way bigger and better than anything Metroid could.
You also got to keep in mind that he will lie to try and make points in his videos. Perhaps he's being willingly deceitful about it. Yeah, probably.
Ever put out. And the simple fact of the matter is, Metroid Prime 4 and Metroid Dread were both better than this. So...
Dread I can see people liking more, but not Prime 4. I don't think. I don't think it would be... I don't think people would actually think that would say to your face that Metroid Prime 4 is better than Silk Song. That's wishful thinking, if I'm being real with you.
That is something that Team Cherry will never
Yes, the game that crashed multiple storefronts at launch is not Game of the Year. Yeah, apparently not.
be able to overcome.
Team Cherry will do just fine. Didn't the game sell like 7 million copies? And they're going to be coming out with a DLC next year already. So, I'm not sure exactly what he means by that. Team Cherry will do just fine. You know? I did play Hollow Knight and the Maid to City of Tears. Silk Song, I got my ass kicked in it, but I am fine with that. I do love both games, but I do need to finish Hollow Knight then Silk Song. Yeah, I recommend doing that.
It's interesting looking back on the original Kingdom Come's Deliverance release, because a lot of people thought this game was very base and it was very...
Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Hey, Chaos, how you doing? Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You know what's funny? Xbox had this game on free-to-play days for a little bit, so I got a chance to check that out. I actually really liked that. I actually really liked Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I wish I played more of it before the free-to-play days ended, because I got past the 2-hour big-ass, like, opening segment, and then did a couple of, like, was trying to get a couple of side quests done, but I didn't play too much of it to get a genuine, like, full-fledged opinion, but from what I played of it, it's pretty neat. Brewing potions in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was honestly a part of the game I didn't expect to like, but here we are, you know? So...
very traditional, that it was like one of the best Western RPGs released in recent years, that the developers would not...
A lot of people I know really love Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I think Fratanga Plays really loves Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Cuck the game journal nonsense, and they did. Like, the simple fact of the matter is, Warhorse Studios propped up this narrative that they were this incredibly, like, base traditional studio that cared about the fans, and at the first possible opportunity, they sold out the game journals for...
How? How do they sell out to game journals? That doesn't make any sense.
For attention and clout. And this is something that we really do have to talk about when it comes to these quote-unquote based developers, because it's becoming a huge problem. It's becoming a pattern, honestly. And plenty of people like boycotted this release and don't really care about it, but...
Why did they boycott it again? I'm completely spacing out on this part. I don't remember anybody boycotting the game, unless if I wasn't, like, there for it. I don't know.
On the other end of the spectrum, you have a lot of people who did not play the original who are worshiping it because of how woke and subversive it is. You know...
Who said it was... What? Okay.
Unlike Ghost of Yotoi, this game got a...
Yote.
Certain amount of notoriety for that reason, and it's something that I think fans need to speak out against. It's very frustrating every...
Oh, here we go. I think I know what it is.
Single year to have to deal with some kind of new Marvel release that's supposed to be...
Oh, and if any of y'all have a Prime account and good internet, KCD2 is free on Luna. Really? Let me look that up. Hang on. Amazon Luna? Oh, okay. Oh, good to know then. Good to know. All right.
Some big driver for PlayStation and PC games. You know, every single year we have to deal with people screaming about how Marvel is going to take over the scene and how it's going to be this huge deal and how the...
I mean, we haven't heard that recently, at least in terms of the movies. In the video game space, it's definitely taken the world by storm, because Marvel's games have just gotten better and better over the years. Like Midnight Suns was really good. What else? Marvel Rivals was really good. I heard the Spider-Man games have their own critical appraise in some way, shape, or form. There was another game I was going to mention, but I completely... Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy. The Guardians of the Galaxy game I heard is really good. Cosmic Invasion I actually recently just played. That was really fun. That was awesome. That game was really good. So, I do agree with that. Like, people keep saying that Marvel's going to, like, take over the world again, and that's just... Especially with how the MCU is going currently, I doubt it's going to happen.
The MCU is the biggest thing in fiction, man. And in actuality,
It was for a time.
like, Marvel's a dying brand. It's never coming back. It's just some...
Marvel's going to... Look, I will say, I don't think Marvel's going to go away anytime soon. I don't think it's a dying brand, per se. The movies aren't doing so well, but I doubt the franchise itself is dying, specifically. Especially when you got games like Rivals that continues to back it up.
Played out thing that only appeals to man children. And it is very, very interesting to kind of see, like, the end results of that for the video games. Because I was told that Marvel Rivals was going to be this huge cultural phenomenon, and
it is. And it's still constantly getting new updates. Next year, we're going to be getting Deadpool, finally. So that's going to be fun.
Within weeks, it felt like this thing was almost completely forgotten about.
No, it's doing fine currently. Yeah. Still going. Hit a peak of 113K earlier. So I think it's doing just fine.
So with that being said, I'm very curious.
Harmon, say that you wish that those games can be on your Switch too. It's not that hard, especially since you folded when That's true. He did fold when Pragmata was going to come out on Switch too. I remember that.
It's like what the future for Marvel is going to hold, because we're going to keep seeing this happen over and over and over again. People are going to hype up Marvel just because it's Marvel, and it really needs to be understood that this isn't the way to get excited about video games. You know, Marvel Rivals was never going to be competitive with Splatoon. It was never going to be competitive.
Who needs to be competitive with Splatoon? Nobody cares about that franchise anymore. At least not anyway. So,
with like the other online Nintendo games, like, why would I ever care about this knockoff comic book brand? Well, the feline is out of the bag now. After screwing over Nintendo, betraying them by putting Monster Hunter World on PlayStation first, Capcom has now put out the real sequel to Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter Wild, and it is a complete and unprecedented disaster. No.
Well, I mean, I heard the game itself is good. I've heard Monster Hunter Wilds is good. It's just that the game runs horribly, and then that's what's pulling people away from the game. That's what's pulling people away from the game, is just for whatever reason, Capcom just cannot optimize an open world game to save their lives. I mean, for God's sake, this game has a optimization roadmap. I have never heard of this before. You think I'm lying? Hold on. This game's got a whole ass optimization roadmap. Think about that. Look, and I know it's within the next couple of months, but like, look at that. That is insanity, dude. And I'm like, I'm sure Wilds is a good game, but if you need to do stuff like this, just to optimize your game, freaking yikes, bro. Most don't and say get better hardware. That's true. I'll give them that. That is very true. All right.
Nobody likes it. Nobody plays it. And
again, it's people say that they like the game. It's just they wish the game was performing better.
After years of building up the PC releases of their games, of being their primary platform after PlayStation and Xbox started failing.
The PC platform is still their most primary platform. Aside from Monster Hunter and Dragon's Dogma 2, their games run exceptionally well. Recently, actually, Pragmata runs exceptionally well on my PC. The demo for it, anyway, it runs exceptionally well. They did a phenomenal job optimizing that game, from what it looks like. It makes me even more excited for when the game actually comes out. It ran pretty solid, for at least for me. So, I mean... And RE9 Requiem is going to come out on the Switch too. Yeah, and most of Capcom sales come from PC as well, absolutely. Yep.
The PC version doesn't even play properly. Like, it is completely broken.
Okay.
After all that posturing, all that hype, all that insistence that moving away from Nintendo consoles would be good for the brand, Capcom has...
When did they say that moving away from Nintendo consoles would be good for the brand? Who said that? Because they've been doing just fine on their own. They've been doing just fine releasing multi-platform games. So...
immediately dropped the ball. Not with a minor spin-off release, but with the premier Monster Hunter game of the generation. They are not going to be able to put out a sequel to this for at least another 6 years. Like...
I mean, you don't know that for sure. And correct me if I'm wrong, they've been doing exclusives still, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't some of the Monster Hunter games, weren't some of them exclusive to Switch to the Switch at one point? Or am I wrong on that? Didn't some of the Monster Hunter games release exclusively on the Switch? I'm probably misremembering. I'm probably just going crazy. I don't know. Harmon's ass said that. Yeah. Yeah, I know. A few of them were 3DS titles. Okay. Monster Hunter Rise was on Switch 1. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. Thank you, Dragon. Also, hi, Chibula. How you doing? I hope I said your name right. I apologize if I didn't. I hate mispronouncing names. I hate it so much.
They are going to struggle regaining fan favor after this. This very well may be the beginning of the end of the Monster Hunter license. And
Dude, it's Capcom's most profitable... Hold on. Yeah, aside from Resident Evil, freaking Monster Hunter is their second most popular franchise that Capcom has right now. Monster Hunter is their second most second most profitable. I doubt they're gonna lose sleep. I really doubt that they're gonna lose sleep. It's not the beginning of the end of anything, bro. Homie. Monster Hunter as a franchise is going to be just fine. Will they have to do better than last year? Yes. But, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just got the DM about the disqualification. That's just great. Love it.
considering this is the only thing Capcom owns that does well,
No, Resident Evil does. Resident Evil is their most profitable franchise right now. And the next one below that is Street Fighter. Street Fighter is still kicking ass. Mega Man is... Wow, that's a lot higher than I expected. Mega Man and Devil May Cry as well. Yeah. So, they're gonna... Like I said, they're gonna be just fine. If anything, I hope Pragmata introduces more people to... Or I feel like Pragmata might do well. We'll see.
Does numbers. This could be dire news for Capcom indeed.
No, it won't.
This is
That's funny as hell.
something that
Wishful thinking.
I am ecstatic to see and want to see more of from other companies.
It's so weird just hearing a guy who willingly just wishes for a game to fail, or a franchise or a company to fail, because I rarely ever did that. The only time I've ever done that was Call of Duty Black Ops 7. That's like the only time I think I've ever done anything like that. Otherwise, I never would. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on, I'm just... You Spy Ace Attorney? Yeah, that's a franchise I want to get into as well. So, yeah, I just had to tweet something.
Japan has fallen. Imagine producing a Silent Hill game that's entirely about feminism. I don't want to get married.
Wow, that's... Okay, so it's Silent Hill F, but holy crap, that's a weird, poor way to describe Silent Hill F. Wow. That is a horrible way to misrepresent Silent Hill F. I need to finish that game. Silent Hill F I really liked. I need to finish it. I need to finish it eventually. That is... Wow, okay. I can't even begin to describe how poorly that represents the actual game. And I think he only heard that from anti-woke friends that he probably knows about. Because Silent Hill F, at least from what I remember, the story was more about overcoming societal norms in a 1960s Japan setting. Or how women used to be like that. Because back then, women didn't have much rights in Japan. Yeah, exactly. Describe Silent Hill F in the worst way possible, Harmon. Challenge accepted. It's not about the fact that she doesn't want to get married. It's more that, like... It's more about her trying to reject societal norms. I think it's more about her trying to reject societal norms and also cope with, overcome with domestic or systemic abuse. All I'll say is don't jump into marriage immediately. Yeah, that's another... Yeah, that's kind of... That's what I remember for sure. Yeah, that's what I remember especially for sure. But that's just... Wow. That's insane. Wrong answers only, exactly. Yeah. So... Yeah.
That's scary. Let's make a horror game about it. Like, talk about unbearably cringe.
Have you played the game yourself, Harmon? Because last I checked, I don't think you have.
Okay, this is something that people really should be making fun of more in the community. I'm kind of shocked that Silent Hill F isn't like this wildly hated thing, but
because it's actually really good and Konami cooked with it. Now, I wouldn't say it should be called a Silent Hill game, But I'm sure there's more to it. But yeah.
But I definitely am. I definitely have noticed that it's fallen off the radar and has become irrelevant. But the
No, they're wanting to make more Silent Hill games in the future.
simple fact
I think we're getting Silent Hill 1 remake next year, I think.
of the matter is that this isn't Silent Hill. It doesn't play like Silent Hill. It isn't presented like a Silent Hill game.
The people saying don't jump into woke stance are pro-arranged marriage and their opinions are invalid. Yeah.
Like, so why is it called Silent Hill? And like the actual story of what's actually in the game is cringy and unbearable and is something that gamers really need to learn to have a lot of contempt for. And there definitely are people who are speaking out against this, but at the same time, we're seeing a lot of people, especially women, eat this nonsense up. And
Yeah, because it's probably, especially for women, it's probably a story that resonates with them. Who knows? Konami's, like, this game has a more personal story, much like the other previous Silent Hill games, especially 2. So, I don't get what the issue is here.
it is something that we really should be speaking out against. Like, this should never have been allowed to be made. Hey guys, remember when Sonic Racing Cross Worlds was supposed to outsell Mario Kart World?
Nobody realistically was thinking that Sonic Racing Cross Worlds was going to outperform Mario Kart, unless if you're terminally online. Unless if you're just absolutely terminally online. Or if you're a hardcore Sonic fan. Like, I get it. Mario Kart World didn't give the best when it comes to what it was offering, especially at $80, but nobody was genuinely going to think that it was going to be surpassed by Sonic. I don't think. Mario Kart's just, excuse me, Mario Kart is just like too big of a brand necessarily to have that happen. Only Sonic fanboys were saying this? Yeah, absolutely. Isn't necessarily a place, it's a frame of mind in a psychological context. Yeah, I figured that'd be the case. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, Ollie.
Remember when Nintendo was going to fail because of Sonic Racing Cross Worlds coming out, even though this was also launching on Nintendo consoles? Like, there was no scenario in which this beat out Mario Kart. Like, absolutely.
I do agree with him there. There was no way. There is no way that, it was going to outperform Mario. There's just no way. Sonic is just not big enough for that. Or especially like his racing games. His racing games are not big enough to do that. Is Mario Kart, there hasn't been a real bad one? That's neither here nor there for me.
Zero chance. And yet we were told, screamed at for months that this game was bigger and better than Mario Kart.
I've heard people say that it's better than Mario Kart, and if they believe that, that's what they believe, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. Also, hey, Chunk, how you doing?
And when that narrative inevitably collapsed by the embarrassing sales numbers, people...
Embarrassing sales numbers. Let's see here. Well, 1 million copies isn't terrible. Yeah, 1 million units isn't terrible, especially for a newer racing game that we haven't gotten in years. That's not bad. I wouldn't say it's groundbreaking, because obviously Mario Kart World sold more, unfortunately. But it's not bad. It's not bad.
People backtracked and tried to tell you that, like, well, why are you so mad, bro? Like we didn't, why are you coming after us? Because you spent the past 6 months hyping up something that turned out to be a complete nothing burger. Like,
I wouldn't say it's a complete nothing burger, because that, back at the Game Awards, the Mario Kart World got booed at the show. Hardcore. After rewatching it, I was like, wow, it actually did get booed off the stage. Or not off the stage, but it got booed crazily. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a complete nothing burger, especially when Mario Kart World is giving that kind of reaction, but yeah.
Kirby Air Riders did better than this.
Brother, Kirby Air Riders only sold 241K units. Yeah, it's for a small minority. Yeah, that's a weird comparison. Comparing Sonic Racing Cross Worlds to Kirby Air Riders, a game that yeah, because Kirby Air Riders, we haven't got a new game from that in decades, haven't we? Yeah, the last one was back in 2003. Yeah, so we haven't gotten that in 2 decades. So.
And that's just the simple fact of the Sonic brand as a whole. Like, there are so many Nintendo brands other than Mario that are bigger than Sonic now that, like, I don't understand why anybody cares about it unless you're a man-child who was born in the 90s. Okay? Like, Sonic is so...
I mean, technically I was born in the 90s, but 1999, so, I mean...
so unbearably cringe. I don't want to hear about it again. It's over. Like, that's just kind of my feeling about it. Looking at, like, this brand and this racetrack and the community, like, Sonic's over. Okay, like, this is just
Doubtful.
it for me. Like, I never want to hear about a Sonic game again. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear about the character. Like, nothing Sonic has ever been involved with is good. And Sega fans really need to wrap their minds around this and just accept the fact that Sonic is irrelevant and go back and play Mario Kart and Kirby Air Riders with the rest of us.
Nah, that's not going to happen. At least not for a long while.
It's a video game about riders. I swear, one of the cringiest things the Game Awards tried to pull was pretending that It Takes Two and this were independent productions, when in actuality, they are produced by EA. They are the post...
Well, Hazelight, I think Hazelight Studios, don't they act independently even outside of EA's publishing? Or am I completely wrong on that? If so, let me know. Indie games under EA are pretty good.
Poster child for everything wrong in the independent scene, where the term has been co-opted by
They're kind of like Kepler. So Kepler. So it's kind of like. So these games kind of work independently from their publishers. Okay, got it.
To try and sell you.
Yeah, Split Fiction I still need to play eventually. I recently got Chunk, It Takes Two, and we're probably going to start playing that. So.
On, like, weird, quirky, chungus games like this. You know, that's just the grim reality of it, is that a lot of the games you think are independent, that are produced by, like, 2 or 3 people, actually have entire teams and publishers behind them. And this is a very good example of that. Like, It Takes Two was cringe to begin with, but this game seems to have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. And
I heard it's one of the more I heard Split Fiction's actually one of the more creative games that came out this year.
Course is about
EA helps with publishing funding, and they do the marketing, but they have no say over the games. Okay, I thought so. So it's very much kind of like Kepler or New Blood or Devolver Digital. Okay, that makes sense.
writers. Nobody wants to read about writers.
No one wants to read about writers. Must be hard living your life then as a garbage writer. When I take a sip of my drink, that means you've been owned.
I have a massive hate boner for the Danganronpa guys. These guys have done absolutely...
Wait. Did Danganronpa... Did they put out a new Danganronpa game? Huh. I didn't think they would be able to... I didn't think they made one. It Takes Two is about divorce. Yeah, but he was talking about split fiction specifically. I did not know that they did another Danganronpa game. Oh, it's a new IP? Oh, okay.
Absolutely nothing good in their entire careers. And
What's
yet,
what's
they
it called?
keep putting out more stuff because people keep eating up their grimdark anime like bullshit. It is absurd how many of these games have come out and how they keep trying to innovate and do new and different things, and yet how they fail at every turn because these guys are fundamentally hacks. I don't understand why they keep trying to produce story-driven games when their writers are bottom of the barrel trash. Like, I hate the people who write these games. And you also have the fact of the matter is that, like, there was some weird casting decisions. Like, you have a man playing a female character. Like,
Hey, Harmon. Harmon. A little bit of news flash for you. It's between you and me. You're a fan of One Piece, right, Harmon? You're a fan of One Piece, right? Luffy's played by a woman. In both dub and sub. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Luffy's played by a woman. In both versions. So what? You say you're gonna say that's a weird casting choice too? And yeah, Ash was voiced by a woman. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Ash was voiced by a woman. Yeah.
Like, things like that just make me feel as if, like, this game was a hard skip. Like, for me, like, the instant in the demo where I saw the Undertale reference, I immediately uninstalled and never thought about it again.
Now it makes sense. Yeah, most male kid protagonists are voiced by women. Yeah, absolutely. And now it makes sense because now I know why he's mad because they referenced Undertale.
This game is complete slop. Fallout New Vegas sucks, and Obsidian have never produced anything of value in their entire careers. Now that we got...
Why did he sound like the AI voice TTS that Alex does that has Harmon in it? Hey, let me hear that again. Hold on, let me hear that again.
Is complete slop. Fallout New Vegas sucks, and Obsidian have never produced anything of value in their entire careers.
That sounds like the AI TTS that Alex uses that is based on Harmon. That's insane. Wow. I guess imitations do perfectly describe reality.
Now that we got that out of the way, it is amazing to see how quickly the Outer Worlds have fallen off. What was...
I mean, I didn't care much for Outer Worlds 2. I was surprised that he chose this one over Avowed, but I guess... nobody cared about Avowed that much. But Outer Worlds 2, I've heard, is okay. Oh, hang on. He must have saw somebody outside. That was Hercules. He probably saw something outside. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. My mom just came home early. So, that's what that was. That's why Hercules was freaking out. Yeah, because my mom came home early. So, alright.
Was supposed to be a great reboot of the Fallout IP, but in space, made by the real developers, has devolved into an IP that basically nobody cares about. The original was a disaster, and
I heard the first game was pretty good. I haven't heard much after that, but I mean, I tried it for a little bit, and I thought it was fine. You know, I thought it was just okay. So...
follow-up is so irrelevant that I think a lot of people don't even know this thing came out. Like, I had to double check the dates because I really didn't think this thing was available. Like, the narrative that was supposed to be that this was going to be a glorious new return to New Vegas, that this was going to be a 10 out of 10 game made by 10 out of 10 developers, but in actuality, Obsidian
I do need to replay New Vegas as well. I need to play more of it. I never did really go back into it yet.
Boys can't seem to come to terms with the fact that their developer is washed and that they will never again put out anything relevant in any way, shape, or form. I hope you like Bethesda RPGs because that is all you're going to be playing in the future.
No, I didn't really care much for Bethesda RPGs anyways, so, I mean... yeah.
Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines was something that PC fanboys love to prop up as an example of just how mature and sophisticated PC games were compared to consoles. This was supposed to be a game that was genre-defining, that was the best of its kind, that was a phenomenon.
I heard this game did not do good. I heard this game was a massive disappointment. I didn't know it was a game that was ushered by pioneered by PC gamers. This I'm just now hearing about. So
when it came to RPG players and you had to wait 25 years for a mid-sequel. Ha! This to me is super gratifying because I have heard so many people hype up this game over the past several years, and to see it just completely implode this way is just a sign of what's to come. You are going to see the same thing happen with Half-Life 3. You're going to see the same thing.
If Half-Life 3 even comes out, I mean, let's be real. A lot of people keep hoping that it might, but it's not going to come out. At least not for a while.
Happen with The Elder Scrolls 6. You're going to see the same thing happen with Grand Theft Auto 6, where these hotly anticipated sequels that are supposed to save the video game industry come and go and leave no impact whatsoever. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is a complete disaster and is a stellar example of just how lousy
I have heard it. Yeah, I've heard it wasn't very good, so
2025 actually was.
Oh wow, he's taking long for this intro. Wow, he's still going. Okay, there we go.
Wow. I was just going through the video, double checking the edit.
Oh, is this Death Stranding? Yeah, it's probably Death Stranding.
And I happened to realize that, like, wait a minute, didn't Death Stranding 2 come out this year? Like,
yeah, it came out.
I completely forgot. This is a game that's nominated for Game of the Year. This is a game that, like, released this year.
I heard it's really good. I heard it's I haven't played it myself, but I've heard nothing but good things about it. So, I mean, it's not a game that I still need to play the first. I still need to play through the first one. But, yeah, that's neither here nor there.
This is a new game from Hideo Kojima, and I completely forgot about it because Hideo Kojima is a hack. His boyfriend Jeff Keighley can't sell.
Okay, you know what? Fair is fair. Him calling Jeff Keighley his boyfriend is actually really funny. Fair is fair. He gets a good joke. He gets a good wisecrack joke here and there.
The game, and this is something that not a single person talked about or cares for at all. Like, I am shocked that this game has been this forgotten.
I have him at max.
This
Wild.
really should have been a meme with just how pointless this sequel was. This is something.
I mean, I wouldn't call it pointless, but then again, I haven't, like I said, I haven't played the first one, but yeah.
That nobody wanted, nobody asked for, and yet, inexplicably, it's gotten nominated for Game of the Year. What a complete joke. What a complete joke. Hideo Kojima's career is over, and I never want to hear about him ever again.
Oh, is that it? Wow, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Wow, there's a couple of games I thought that would be on here, but it's not. No Elden Ring Night Rain, or, what else? What other games did he bitch about? Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, Night Rain's not on there. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to remember exactly what games that came out this year that he didn't mention that he talked about. Not one Nintendo game, yeah. Okay. I'm trying to remember. I guess, I don't know. That's weird. Okay, anyways, yeah, that was a fascinating video. Unfortunately, though, because my mom just came home early, so we're just gonna finish this up. We're gonna finish up early, and this time we've got Alex. We've got Alex. Hope everybody's got their simping gloves on. So, because I know everybody loves Alex. So, and I love his content. He's actually, I've been DMing him a lot more recently. He's great. He's a great person to talk to. He's very helpful, too. So, alright. One check. Let me check something real quick. Exactly, Shadow. Exactly. That's funny. Hang on a second. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Alright, let's make sure he's at a good volume, because now we do have to talk about it a little bit. Over the week, drama started going around about Larian Studios, about how they announced and admitted that they were going to start using Gen AI, specifically, I think it was for PowerPoints, and just streamlining the concept art process. I think that's what they said. Alex will go more into it, but that whole drama started going about, and it devolved into just completely misinterpreting what was said. Completely, I think. Because here's the thing. I am anti-AI as much as the next guy, right? I am heavily anti-AI. However, I do think that there are ethical ways to... Actually, you know what? Hold on. Hang on. Hold on. Breaky actually, I talked about it. Breaky actually made a good point. Because he recently posted...
I consider...
Hold on. He actually posted a video about Arc Raiders not too long ago. I think 2 days ago. And he actually had a really good and nuanced take on AI being used for game development. So I figured I'm just going to share that for you real quick, because I think it does hold weight to what we're about to talk about next.
I consider AI to be a tool in many circumstances that has fine usage, and my major issue is generative AI and its effect on art, culture, and planet. I do not enjoy the thefts of creative works without the permission of the original user unless under fair use, which I also do not consider to be the case in this sense. I myself made the mistake of using too much fan art in videos many years ago and have since tried to only use official accredited or cited works. The current generative models do not ask nor consider doing so. Now, I personally have a difficult gray area as well. Generative artwork is being utilized a lot in pre-production for games now. Very often a mood board, a style guide, or something like that will be put together using generative assets to get a feel on the game's direction. These are often replaced by a real artist after the fact. It's just to help get a baseline on what the game wants to look like. You're basically skipping the step where you gather a bunch of images, bunch of various other games and concept arts, and shove it all together, and instead you're using a prompt for it. Now, I don't love this, but so long as it isn't going in the final product and these assets are replaced with real artwork, it doesn't cross my personal line.
I agree. I fully agree with this. Like, so long as it's not within the final version of the game, or it's removed from the final game, like what he's about to mention here, I don't care. If it's removed, then the problem is removed, I think. Now, people could argue then, like, why have it in the first place? Then, well, as I mentioned, I think CDPR and Larian in particular said that it's for streamlining certain assets, or like or like just to streamline the pre-production process. I think that's what Expedition 33 has done as well, right? Expedition 33 did that as well, right? And now, do I think it has a place in our games? No, because I was also the first person to heavily talk smack about Black Ops 7. And Black Ops 7 is a AI-generated video game from top to bottom. You know? It is a 100% AI-generated game from top to bottom. There's no convincing me otherwise, you know? So, I do think the problem with this conversation is that it requires nuance and critical thinking to understand. The problem is we're dealing with an internet phenomenon right now. We're dealing with a society where critical thinking and anything else in between is non-existent, I think, unfortunately. And it really is frustrating because there is a good conversation I think that needs to be had about ethical use of AI and differences between AI, using AI for tools versus generative AI, right? And I agree, Gen AI is a plague on this industry, right? But if, as long as it's not in the final game, or if it is and it's removed, or if it is by mistake and it was removed, then I don't care, personally. It doesn't cross my line. If it's not removed, then yeah, I'm gonna give you a side eye. You know what I mean? Am I the only one that is kind of speaking common sense on this? I hope, because the responses to both Larian and Sandfall's responses regarding this have been insane. And I think it's ballooned to the point where having a genuine conversation about it is like almost impossible. And it's a damn shame, dude. And it's an absolute shame. I think an important conversation. The problem right now is that people just freak out when you even mention AI. Yeah, exactly. Just the mere mention of using AI in any sense would immediately make you the bad guy. And it's weird just seeing how many people just continue to switch up. It's insane to me. It blows my mind. It's so weird. Like, you're willing to, like, you're seriously hold on, I'm texting my mom. Specific. Cool. Anyway, all right, I just had to text my mom. But anyway, it's just, like I said, Blast, like I said, the conversation requires more nuance. The problem is there's barely any nuance out there right now because it's a result of people, everybody and their mother, trying to force Gen AI into basically everything, I think. That is the crux of the issue that people have, right? That people are just tired of having AI shoved down their throats. And I agree. I am fully against it, personally. like if I were to make a game and use it's why you don't see generative AI in my on my channel. I actually recently, not too long ago, I had to refund, not a refund, I had to cancel a commission that I was going to have because the art that they gave me was clearly what looked to be Gen AI or generative AI in some way or shape or form. Right? That's happened to me once, right? That's how much I'm against it. At the same time, I do know that there is a gray area when it comes to these topics. There needs to be a gray area when it comes to these topics. And unfortunately, this just wasn't the case. And now, because of this blowing up, we're seeing more and more developers be like, hey, we're using AI too. At the Phoenix airport, most of the ads were about AI this, AI that. Yeah, I saw that. When I was leaving for California, I saw that. They were everywhere. It was it was disturbing. But the point I'm trying to make is that I think there needs to be a better conversation to be had about Gen AI. Unfortunately, you just don't see that right now. Unfortunately, you really don't. And it's a damn shame. Maybe the world changed, maybe I changed, I don't know. But all I know is that at some point, I think we need to be, and I understand the fear is that the fear is that they don't want AI to take over our industries and what we love, right? If that's the case, here's a question I raise to these people. Here's a question I raise, okay? And I think you'll probably agree with me on this. If you were so against AI, why do you have a Twitter account? Why do you have an account on an app that has been heavily prioritizing AI and AI generated? I'll wait. If that was the case, if you were that vehemently against AI, you would not have a Twitter account. You wouldn't be talking about it. Am I wrong in thinking this? I'm not the only one seeing this, right? Most of these guys would not have a Twitter account. A large majority of them, more than likely, would not have a Twitter account. If they were that against AI in any way, shape, or form, you wouldn't. Especially with how hard Elon was pushing AI into his platform. That's just the truth, you know? So my question is, why are we being so combative? Why are we being so... I don't know. I guess I'm not one of those that thinks, oh, AI is going to be everywhere now, that we should, it's just that's something that we should accept, right? Because to me, that kind of method, that way of thinking to me is misinformed. It's misinformed, personally, because it is a bubble. Realistically, AI in and of itself is a bubble. And from what I can tell, within the next year or so, AI cost is going to be like in the trillions within like a couple years from now. My response to the Indie Awards is disqualifying E33 from their awards because they won. Yeah. Yeah, it's so disappointing. Yeah, them responding like that was really disappointing. Extremely disappointing. They did, I don't know. That's just, I'm okay, like, it still went to a good game with blueprints, which I'm okay with. I just don't think that a game should be written off just because it had placeholders. So, oh, I just realized I deleted the tweet without, I just realized I deleted the video without actually going back to it. Whoops. Hang on. Whoops.
I consider...
Okay, where was I?
Artwork, it doesn't cross my personal...
I'm not a fan of AI. However, if you use the tool properly, I'm fine. For example, for idea as much built on that. But shoving down my throat, I will have massive problems with. Yeah, I agree.
Line. Of note, Expedition 33 is a game I absolutely love, and they had generative works found on a poster in the town of Lumiere. Their response was a pretty basic, shit, I guess we missed one, and they replaced it with actual artwork almost immediately after it was found.
Does that sound like people that are doing it completely nefarious? To me, it doesn't. Especially when this is their first game that they barely ever made a game before. I don't think that sounds like something that could be genuinely nefarious. Or nefarious in context for Sandfall, you know? Maybe it's because I could be kissing E33's ass right now, right? Who knows? But I don't think that's wrong of me. I don't think it's wrong of me to say, hey, it probably was a mistake. It probably could have just been a mistake. You never know. I don't know. And I think a good way of alleviating these problems is if there was a harder push to disclose whether or not if a game has Gen AI or not, or what type of AI that they're using. I think if more people started doing that, then, well, if it is the same award show that has a whole section called Best African Indie Game, and they chose Finding Father and Get the Milk as one of their choices, I don't think they're a good show. I mean, that's neither here nor there. I'm only just now hearing about them, so I don't really care. But yeah, to me, I think it would be common sense to take a look at this and think maybe it's not that big of a deal, especially when this whole thing was squashed like 4 days after the game launched. The whole situation regarding Expedition 33 was like 4 months after, or 4 days after the game initially launched, and then was never brought up again. But now it gets brought up back in the conversation, and everybody is trying to call the game AI slop. And it makes no sense to me. It bothers the hell out of me. It just makes no sense to me. I don't know. And even doubly so when it comes to Larian, but we'll get to that.
Despite not loving its usage, even as a placeholder, I am willing to give E33 a lot of credit because the game was clearly made with loving human hands, and I am more inclined to believe that it was just a missed placeholder asset from very early production instead of something genuinely nefarious. As for other works of non-generative AI, such as machine learning, I'm fine with it. If it is a tool that assists you with your finances better, or
yeah, that's another game that I think if I remember, I know I saw somebody, because I did a response about it, that I don't think using an AI as a placeholder will diminish the Expedition 33 as a whole. And I got a comment that said, oh, but does it diminish Arc Raiders, Finals, and Call of Duty? And to my answer, the short answer is yes. Because with Black Ops 7, you can tell that game is AI generated from top to bottom. Especially if you look at the content that they're trying to resell to you. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 has AI generated content plastered everywhere. Some using the Studio Ghibli AI art generator in particular. I don't think that's a remote comparison to what Expedition 33 is doing. Do you think so? I don't think so. That's nowhere near comparable. The Finals has AI voice acting. Arc Raiders has AI voiceovers as well, as far as I'm concerned, though. I think somebody mentioned that they paid the people to do that. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how true that is. But, like, to me, it is such, like, it is not even remotely, to me, it is nowhere even remotely comparable to what Expedition 33 did. Personally. That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. Who knows? Oh, whoops. I gotta stop doing that.
Their response was I am willing inclined to believe from very early areas. As for other works of non-generative AI, such as machine learning, I'm fine with it. If it is a tool that assists you with your finances better, or allows you to organize a workload, power to you. There is an ecological cost that needs to be sorted, but from a moral standpoint, it doesn't.
Arc Raiders use AI for voiceovers with paying the voice actors. That's what I thought. I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that story. I just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
across my line. That is what I consider the point of a tool like this. Make work better so you can do more art, not replace art and turn it into work. I consider AI to be a
I completely agree. I agree. If it's a tool that helps you specifically, if it is a tool that it is used, then I don't care. You know? Make work better so you can do more art versus replacing art and turn it into work. I agree. Completely agree. You know? I think that's the conversation. Bricking to me is like one of the best examples of trying to have a good conversation about stuff like this. Because I think he knows the right amount of nuance without overtly coming off as pushy or coming off as too black and white, you know? Let me double check on that, actually. I don't have ADHD, I promise. Raiders, paid voice actors. I just have to double check, I'm sorry. Okay. 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 Yeah. All right. I just wanted to double check. All right. Good to know then. Good to know. All right, now we're going to get into Alex. We're going to get to Alex. At times when I'm reading a gaming news article, I had to double check at times as well. Yeah. I just wanted to be 100% sure, you know? So, anyway, and here's the thing. When it comes out of this, when it comes about all this, I am not a defender of AI, right? I'm not. Nor will I ever be. But, however, I am gonna defend how it's used. If it's used in an ethical and good manner as like a tool, I don't care. Whatever, do you, right? I think that's the important distinction that we need to make. Because to me, that's what matters. Because, trust me, when this whole news started going around about how people were misinterpreting the conversation, it was starting to piss me off. And I went after people I probably shouldn't have. I once had a bit of an argument to Gene Park when E33 was part of the conversation. And I got a little heated, and I probably shouldn't have. But shit happens, you know? That's just what happens. We learn from our mistakes. Because I have nothing but respect for Gene Park. Nothing but respect. So. Anyway, let's just get right into watching Alex.
Oh boy, this one. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this one is going to get me into a lot of hot water. And honestly, I'm here for it. You see, on the channel, we've talked about AI in gaming for quite some time. But the thing is, though, we've discussed it from the perspective of the actual customer and consumer, someone who's into PC gaming or even console gaming.
This is true. Alex he's not a defender of AI whatsoever either, because he's gone on to show how much danger AI is having on currently, especially with the prices of specific hardware for PCs. And it's only going to get worse from that point on. This I do agree with, and that's what's causing real problems. That's what's causing real harm.
While seeing the entire industry push the actual floor upwards in terms of cost of all that kind of equipment and even games in general. Seeing AMD, NVIDIA completely increase the cost of their GPU.
Yeah, another reason why I'm never buying from NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm not buying from NVIDIA again. Once I upgrade my PC, I'm gonna start getting like AMD. I'm gonna switch to AMD. To me, it just makes the most sense logically.
Watching as RAM is completely unaffordable for any PC builder, and at the same time seeing that massive impact happen across the gaming industry from that perspective. The difference is, though, we haven't talked about AI use in game development, and I think this is where things are going to take a very different turn. One that many people may not even actually expect. And all of it is happening because of Larian. According to Okami13 on Twitter, Larian CEO confirms the studio is using generative AI to explore ideas, flesh out PowerPoint presentations, develop concept art, and write placeholder text. He says there won't be any AI-generated content in Divinity. Everything is human actors. We're writing everything ourselves. Source, the Bloomberg.
And here's what kills me. Like, Larian as a studio has cultivated an audience that I would argue a lot of people respect and admire. And if they're being this transparent about what is going to be in the game, don't you think that would be enough? You know what I mean? That's what kills me, is like, don't you think that their word would be more than enough? Unless if you just want AI removed completely, which is just completely unrealistic. At least for me, personally, in my opinion. When it comes to AI art, yeah, I cringe at it. But, like, if they say that there's not going to be any AI-generated content in the actual game when it comes out, then what does it matter? You know? Like, what does it matter? Especially when when Larian's got a bunch of artists that do content for the game anyway. The way how Swen talks about how they're using AI, it sounds like it's trying to be a more streamlined process, so that they could create ideas from it. You know, at least that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting out of it. Of course, I could be like completely wrong, right? But to me, that's how it comes across. So yeah.
.com article from Jason Schreier. And you know what?
Oh, of course. Of course. This all started because of Jason Schreier. Why did it have to be Jason Schreier? Of course. Why did it have to be Jason Schreier? I'm not surprised. I wish I could say that I am not surprised, but I am. Genuinely, I am. Yeah. The same guy that hid so much information about Activision Blizzard and then used it to promote a damn book. Nice. Nice to see gaming journalism has its priorities.
I'm about to give you guys an incredibly hot take about the entire situation. And honestly, I kind of feel like it's going to be a pretty cold take, honestly.
It's a pretty cold take, Alex. I saw a teeny bit of this video already. Yeah, it's a pretty lukewarm take.
AI itself is merely a tool, and the real factor about AI in the gaming industry is basically how you use it and what the end product becomes. The issue isn't the fact that people use AI for development. The issue with AI usage is the fact that people are using it as a replacement, and that's where I think a lot of the issues...
That's where the issues come from, is that people use it as a replacement or to be lazy. One of those two. More often than not, it's the former. Most people do it because it's an easier alternative than having to pay their workers. I mean, look at Microsoft, for example. Microsoft is a perfect example of this. Microsoft is 100% a perfect example of this. When how they're trying to mandate OpenAI into basically everything every system of their workplace. And that's only going to spell nothing but bad things, especially if those companies then lay off the studios and ultimately they don't come back because their salary wasn't as high as when they were in originally. You know? That's the crux of the problem.
Are coming about, and where people are having very snap decisions or even reactions when anyone says they use AI in the first place. Was that too much of a hot take for you guys?
No, that's just how it is. That's just the truth. That's not really a hot take. That's just how AI should be represented, or at least how it should be talked about in a sense. So you know. So
Honestly, I kind of hope not. I'm pretty much expecting it to be pretty much lukewarm. But
it is pretty lukewarm, Alex. You're fine.
The thing is, though, I'm not the only one that feels that way. It turns out Gabe Newell says the exact same thing. According to PC Gamer, Gabe Newell says AI is a significant technology transition, on par with the emergence of computers or the internet, and will be a, quote, cheat code for people who want to take advantage of it. Saying if I had to point to a technology transition to get in front of, it's to figure out how to use AI to do anything better. And like it or not, everybody has been using AI in some form or capacity.
Yep.
Siri is AI. You've also been using it as well in pretty much every device you...
Google has their own AI systems. Most, like, a lot, I'm sure, I guarantee you, some people use ChatGPTs to do their homework. Guaranteed. If you don't, if anybody actually tells you that, they're full of shit. If anybody tries to say otherwise, they're lying to you. Just saying.
Have right now. The difference is, though, is to what extent you are using AI and to what capacity.
Yep.
Is it being used to help you get projects done? Is it being used to help you bounce ideas off of? Or are people using it for actual replacement for content? And I think that's where people are having a very difficult time in separating the entire issues of why they either don't...
It's literally no different than using search engines. Even Brave has AI. Yeah. It's no different than using Google search engines. It's no different than using browser search engines. None. Not much of a difference. It's just now AI has just become more and more brazen about it. Or it's becoming, it's becoming more brazen about it.
Like AI, or they have an actual visceral reaction to what's happening in the gaming industry. But it turns out that AI use in game development has become a very hot button topic, and Larian Studios was placed at the center of all this simply because
it's like, what's crazy is that how can you see everything that Larian does here,
transparent,
right?
And let the actual...
How can anybody see that Larian does here? Hold on, let me mute real quick. Just like, look. How can you see anything that Larian has done in the past, especially with this game in particular, and tell me that they're going to be producing AI slop next year, their next game? Come on. Realistically, like, be real with me. Keep it straight. Like, look at this. Look at this. Like, look at this. Because Baldur's Gate 3 was such a monumental achievement that I would think that by the gaming public that this game would be, like, this company would be a lot more protected, but I guess not. It's crazy to see how easy or how quick people are to switch up over a company like this.
Know what in fact was happening in their own game development process for Divinity that's coming out in a couple of years. I pretty much applaud Larian for doing this. I've always wanted more game developers to be more upfront and transparent in how their games are made and what tools they use and how they use them, because that helps me decide as a...
Absolutely. It absolutely showcases just the level. Not many companies are as transparent as people like Larian or Sandfall. Not a lot of companies are. Absolutely, Larian should get the benefit of the doubt. They absolutely should get the benefit of the doubt.
Consumer, whether or not I should spend my money on that service or product. Seeing things like the AI tags on Steam be incredibly effective and informing the customer and consumer are nothing more than good things. And watching Larian basically do the exact same thing by being upfront and honest with the customers and consumers by saying, hey, we use AI in these kinds of ways, in these kinds of spaces, rather than just trying to hide it on the back end, I think should actually be applauded. More studios should do the exact same thing. Unlike places like Activision that went around and just used generative AI without telling a single soul and did it to actually replace artwork inside of Call of Duty.
Yep. Especially with especially with Black Ops 7. Black Ops 7 was like the worst offender of it.
Nice job. But the thing is, though, there was a massive backlash online because of this. How dare a developer be upfront, open, and honest with their customer base and consumers, let everybody know how the sausage is made, go through and use things like generative AI. For shame! Shakeuth on them, I say! As article after article, tweet after tweet, meltdown after meltdown happened all over Twitter, and even people decided to go through and say the most ridiculous things about the company. Granted, Larian was also at the center of controversy just a few years back for Baldur's Gate 3, as that game made multiple game developers completely melt down and lose their minds simply because of the game's existence. So truly, I can kind of see where this is coming from. Jealousy is a hell of a drug. Sven Vinke on Twitter said this: holy guys, we're not, quote, pushing hard for or replacing concept artists with AI.
In the original article, he didn't even say anything about replacing artists or anything like that at all. That's what's crazy, is that people are trying to take two puzzle pieces. They're trying to take two puzzle pieces and trying to make them fit, but they don't.
We have a team of 72 artists, of which 23 are concept artists, and we are hiring more. The art they create is original, and I'm very proud of what they do. I was asked explicitly about concept art and our use of generative AI. I answered that we use it to explore things. I didn't say we use it to develop concept art. The artists do that, and they are indeed world-class artists. We use AI tools to explore references, just like we use Google and art books. At the very early...
It's called having multiple different areas where you can find inspiration. I do that. I don't use AI to do it, but I use multiple different other sources.
Ideation stages, we use it as a rough outline for composition, which we replace with original concept art. There is no comparison. I talked about how we use machine learning here, if you would like to know more. We've hired creatives for their talent, not for their ability to do what a machine suggests, but they can experiment with these tools to make their lives easier.
This adds on to what Bricky was talking about earlier. Make work better so you can make more art, not replace art and turn it into work. AI derangement syndrome? Yeah, absolutely.
And to be perfectly clear, I feel like Sven is actually 100% correct.
He is.
Using AI properly as a tool is exactly how it should be used.
Yep.
When game studios are trying to figure out how to figure things out, there is real no difference between using generative AI or even Googling something in the first place.
Yep.
The fact that people have been saying AI will take jobs, while Larian is saying, hey, we're hiring even more artists, we're hiring even more people, they're simply using it the way it's intended in the first place, is not a reason to go around and start throwing the baby out with the bathwater simply because the words AI were used in an actual game development. I would rather the developer tell me exactly how AI was used in the process, rather than going around and finding that the game you're playing is in fact nothing more than 100% AI generated. And if
yeah, absolutely. More companies should be doing that.
If you want to talk about AI-generated slop in games, look at this. YouTube Gaming on Twitter said this: YouTube is launching a closed beta test for Playables Builder, a prototype web app built using Gemini 3, where users create games with short text, video, or image prompts. We've partnered with YouTube creators like Sambucha, A. Christine, Gohar's Guide, and Mod Swamp to start making games. Users in the US, Canada, Great Britain, and Australia can play these games now from these creators' channels. Learn more here. I think these two posts right here can show the massive difference that we're seeing in terms of video game development and its use of AI. One is simply using...
Yeah, I think it really shows a clear-cut difference. Look at that. This, yeah, it's clear, like the clear-cut difference between what Sven said and what this is saying is stark, or at least it should be, unless if you're trying to, unless if you're one of those who tries to equate the two together. And first, if that's the case, number one, that's a massive problem and shows that you don't really have much critical skills or critical thinking skills or nuance, and two, It tells me you don't know the difference between using AI as a tool and generative AI. Now, this could be because that some development studios have co-opted the word AI to mean basically anything as a way to kind of confuse themselves, or like either to confuse the customers. That also could absolutely be the case. But yeah.
Using it as a tool to pitch ideas for concept artists and figure out ways of how they're trying to explain things and then not have any AI artwork at all in the game. The other one is using AI to basically just replace game development altogether. See the difference? You can have the actual conversation of trying to figure out where AI is good and even where it's bad. It's not all bad, and you shouldn't just sit there and label everything as slop simply because a game developer used AI in the first place. And even though I'm not that eloquent, in fact, Wolfheart FPS on Twitter said it a lot better, saying, quote, "We've hired creatives for their talent, not their ability to do what a machine suggests, but they can experiment with these tools to make their lives easier." And Wolfheart says this, "Hate to break it to the internet, but I'm fairly certain that most, if not all studios are doing this in some capacity.
Yep.
They are just not telling you." Larian is at least giving these tools to their devs as an aid if needed versus straight up replacing them, which I can guarantee all upcoming EA, Microsoft, Ubisoft, and Activision will be replacing devs. Welcome to 2025.
We're already seeing that with Microsoft. Currently, actually. Slowly. Ubisoft is on the brink of a buyout. Activision and Microsoft, I think we're definitely going to see more of that happen, especially when they're trying to force more AI into their workforce. So, he's not wrong at all. So,
5. And Wolfheart, in my opinion, is also absolutely correct.
Yep.
You're going to be seeing more companies like EA, Microsoft, Ubisoft, and etc. use AI as a tool of replacement, not as a tool of development. So I honestly feel like the backlash that Larian is getting is not properly justified.
No, it's
the
not.
fact that Larian is being completely upfront with you as a customer and consumer and letting you know how the game is actually made, where they're using AI.
EA is considering it. I'm not surprised.
Completely upfront with it should actually be applauded in the first place, not shamed and brought down. I mean, look at this insane response right here. The Aftermath Twitter account posted this: "I don't think Larian's CEO understands how art is made." If you want to
Doesn't think they know how art is made. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I totally believe that. Totally. Yeah, look at all that. Look at all this AI crap. Look at all this AI slop. Look at all of that. Look at all of that. Just
know who wrote this article for the Aftermath website? It was Luke Plunkett. Does that name sound familiar? Yeah, he was a Kotaku writer. So basically,
Not
you can
surprised.
take that opinion and throw it right where
Yeah, not surprised. Of course, it's coming from Kotaku. Of
it
course.
belongs, in the fucking trash. But he's not the only one with these kinds of takes. Take a look. Raven on Twitter said this: "Well, Divinity is AI slop, so all my interest in that game and Larian as a studio is dead now. What a slap in the face. I genuinely cannot believe Sven Vinke thought this would go over well. What an actual joke." And then they do the best thing
Of
possible
course, yeah.
and lock the reply.
If it's not, and I guarantee you, a large majority of these people more than likely have a Blue Sky account. More than likely, they have a Blue Sky account.
Eyes. Just because someone says the word AI, immediately the first thing people think of is, ugh, it's slop, when not even realizing how AI was even used or the amount of AI being used in the actual game.
They don't care about the rest of it. AI is a problem. AI is a problem no matter what context. Most of the problems, most of the people that they're not willing to give AI at all the benefit of the doubt because they've already cut off They've already showcased how much they hate it. Artists of Larian created Karlach. If that's not enough for you, then you're a lost cause. Exactly. And Karlach is a looker. Much like somebody else in this chat. I joke.
Process development. And the problem is, so many other game developers that this person probably really enjoys are also probably using AI tools, and they don't even actually realize it, which is honestly kind of concerning when you think about it. Practically every big studio, and most indie developed studios as well, are going to be using AI in some capacity,
More often
whether
than not.
because they don't have the manpower to do so, the actual lack of funds to provide that kind of concept for those games, or at the same time just use it to remove a lot of the mundane tasks that they're being used on a consistent basis inside of the actual game development process. That's the entire point. It should be a tool, nothing more, nothing less. But the problem is people are having such a massive visceral reaction that they're completely writing off an entire studio that has done nothing but provide proper transparency, proper information, and even done everything right by the customer and consumer since their actual inception.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. That's like Larian has done nothing but be as transparent with their customers as possible. You don't get that much nowadays in this industry. Now you can disagree with what's being done, right? You could disagree with how it's being with what's being used, but to say that like Larian is going against their morals is not 100 literally never been the case. So,
which honestly is insane to me. Yeah, sure, it kind of sounds like I'm glazing Larian Studios up, but really, after they've made Divinity Original Sin, and also after they made Baldur's Gate 3, wouldn't you think you'd give them just a little bit of modicum of just probably benefit of the doubt when they're...
I would. Sounds like common sense to me. Sounds like common sense. When it's the same way I give Sandfall the benefit of the doubt, because in their context, they've never really made a game before this.
Telling you exactly how the sausage is being made, and they're giving you the proper information on their product in the first place instead of trying to hide it and obfuscate things, and then having to go around and find out that the game used AI later on, and then you're going to be even more angry about it in the first place.
Oh, thanks,
I'd rather have a game
Lois.
development studio tell me upfront
Am I getting raided?
what's going to be in there and let me know and make that decision on my own, rather than to me find out later on and feel slighted after I gave that company money in the first place. And calling something slop is honestly ridiculous, especially when you can tell that Raven never even read the article or even Sven's response.
No, they probably didn't read it. Just the concept of using generative AI. Let me refresh it. Hang on. Let me try and refresh it. One moment. There it is. Oh, thanks, Lois. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I see it now. I appreciate it. Awesome. Much love. Welcome, guys. My name is Spectre number 799. I have been doing YouTube for about almost 3 years now, I think. Yeah, almost 3 years now. And it'll be my third year next year. And I've been taking part in starting to do live streams, and that's what these are now. Right now, we're watching a video from Oh No, It's Alex talking about AI and the whole Larian situation.
They cared so much about the goddamn issue of AI in the first place. But a few days later...
They don't care about the issue. They want it removed. They think that's the only religion. That's the problem with people, is that they're all trying to find simple solutions to a very complicated problem. And that's just not possible. It's just not possible. I want it to be possible, but like I said, they're trying to find simple, quick answers to a complicated issue. That's just not how life works. Hate to break it to you.
It turns out Sven went back to Twitter and decided to say even more. Sven on Twitter just yesterday said this: "It's been a week since we announced Divinity, our next RPG, and a lot has become lost in translation. Larian's DNA is agency.
They want this to be like NFTs. It's not. Well, see, it is a bubble, much like NFTs. However, I do think it's just going to take longer to pop. It is a bubble, and eventually it's going to pop. Yeah, I do think it's going to take longer than NFTs to pop it. That's the difference. Just did a short Metroid Prime 4 stream. Now I got to go to bed soon. Oh, well, I always appreciate your presence, Lois. Always appreciate your presence.
Towards is to the benefit of our teams, games, and players. A better workday and a better game. Our successes come from empowering people to work in their own way and bring the best out of their skill and craft so that we can make the best RPGs we can possibly make. In that context, it would be irresponsible for us not to evaluate new technologies. However, our processes are always evolving, and where they are not efficient or fail to align with who we are, we will make changes. To give you more insight, we'll do an AMA featuring our different departments after the holiday break, in which you'll get the opportunity to ask us any questions you have about Divinity and our dev process directly. We'll announce the date in the new year. In the meantime, I wish you all a happy holidays.
Makes sense. Yeah. I think this is what I mean when I say transparency is key. You can see it all throughout Swen's tweet. At least that's what I've gotten out of it. So
I want to ask you one simple question if you're still having doubts about Larian in the first place. What other game studio or even developer has done anything like this at all to provide a proper Q&A to ask how the development process is even...
Larian's being way more transparent than any other company with their pedigree would be. Absolutely. I don't think even Team Cherry is as transparent as they are. I don't think even Team Cherry is that transparent. I think they are, but at least not to the extent that Sven is. And I think even Sandfall was transparent about it as well. Don't you think, like, with that kind of pedigree and with that kind of respect that they've been given, don't you think they deserve just a teensy bit of modicum of some sort of, like, benefit of the doubt, or at least good graces? I guess not.
Done, and any questions overall to the actual developers before the game is even out. That's insane to take the time out of their day to do that, so that way they can go ahead and make sure people understand exactly how things are being done, how the game is being developed. To provide full, proper transparency is so incredibly rare nowadays. The only other company that does this, in my opinion, will be Grinding Gear Games with Path of Exile 2. They did a massive interview with Zizarin where they talked about the state of the game, and they listened back to the entire feedback of the entire Path of Exile.
Of course, it all comes back to Path of Exile with Alex. It always comes back. Oh, actually, hang on. Give me a second. Hang on. I gotta do this. Hang on. Hang on. Hold on. I gotta send this to a friend of mine. Come on, Discord, open. Okay, that's weird. It's not opening for me. That's weird. Hold on. Hang on. Let me do this. That's amazing. That's amazing. I love it. Okay, back to the video. Alright, back to the video.
Community, and they literally went back and implemented changes that exact next day. You rarely see game studios do this kind of thing at all, if not ever. And the fact that Larian is going around doing this is exactly why they've earned the pedigree that they have right now in the gaming space. And simply because they used AI as a tool, people are losing their minds and shitting, pissing, and cumming themselves, all because of that actual word of generative AI. And I want to be clear about this. I'm not defending the use of AI. What I am defending, however, though, is the fact that a game developer like Larian is going around and being incredibly transparent to the customers and consumers and letting them know exactly what's happening in the game. And instead of being celebrated and applauded for it, they're being lambasted online simply because people are too excited to virtue signal and get good boy points on the Twitter.com, which is even funnier because Twitter is literally just an AI bot itself.
Yep. Absolutely. It's so funny to see so many of these. I like to call them pearl clutchers. They try to act like moral heroes, but it's like it's so interesting how just recently I think even CD Projekt Red have been more transparent about how they're going to use AI. You know, even with CD Projekt Red is more transparent about it. So I mean, when you got so many people with so many when you got so many people that are as transparent about it, all of a sudden the pearl clutchers start to shut up because they don't have a windmill to fight anymore. And it's very interesting to see.
They hate AI, but they sure do love tweeting all fucking day long now, don't they?
Yep.
Right, Grok? But you see, I'm not the only one that thinks this. Even other artists in the gaming industry are talking about this as well. The Cartel Dell on Twitter said this: the Gen AI discussion is dividing into 3 groups. 1, anti-AI purists. 2, AI evangelists. And 3, AI pragmatists. Initial mood boards are communicating early ideas to explore. Independents can choose to stay in Group 1. Employed artists, especially with financial burdens, can't avoid Group 3.
Yep.
And Dell is actually correct about this.
Absolutely.
In fact, his bio speaks for itself on Twitter. Lead artist at Absurd Ventures, professor of arts at BAFTA Committee, previously at Naughty Dog, at EA, at Warner Brothers, at Sega, at PlayStation. I'm not trying to sit here and do the appeal to authority fallacy. What I'm showing is an artist who's worked in the gaming industry at multiple other places of employment, has also worked with major studios as well, is letting you know that you're going to have to start using AI in some capacity, either by having to communicate with other people who aren't artists as well, or with people who are trying to give you an idea of what they're trying to do. Again, AI is merely just a tool. It all depends how the developers in fact use it.
Just depends on how you use it.
Trying to replace rather than actually provide or enhance. And I think people are in fact losing their minds because they can't grasp or separate those concepts. In fact, Dell is not the only developer to go out and defend Larian. It turns out Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 developers said the exact same thing. According to VGC, saying, quote, "It's time to face reality. AI is here to stay." Kingdom Come Deliverance head Daniel.
See, I don't necessarily agree that it's here to stay, per se, because like I mentioned, AI is a bubble, and eventually it's going to pop. But I do think it has somewhat of a longer shelf life than, say, like I mentioned before, like NFTs, unlike NFTs did. It just depends on how much further these people, like these companies, are going to continue to push it. That's the difference.
Avara says Larian got a, quote, crazy shitstorm for doing what absolutely everyone else is doing, and that while he's, quote, no fan of AI-generated art, it's going nowhere. In fact, Daniel Vara made an impressively long tweet talking about this entire shitstorm.
Like the South Seas bubble. Yep, absolutely. AI isn't necessarily here to stay. It's just got a longer shelf life than NFTs did. That's all it comes down to. Eventually, that bubble will pop. It's just going to take longer for that. Unless if somebody is able to speed up the process. In which, hey, no skin off my nose.
It's big. That's what she said. Daniel Vara on Twitter said this AI hysteria is the same as when people were smashing steam engines in the 19th century. Larian said they were doing something that absolutely everyone else is doing and got an insanely crazy shitstorm. I've even seen someone accuse us of using AI in KCD2.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I don't know anything about it except that I used Topaz Labs to upscale some of the AI elements from KCD1 and some of the old low-res textures.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of AI-generated art, but anyway, it's time to face reality. AI is here to stay with us. As frightening as it may be, that's the way it is. Personally, it scares me the most in the music because you can't even recognize AI there anymore. On the other hand, you know what I hate the most about making games? The fact that it takes 7 years and 300 people and tens of millions of dollars to make. And the fact that Tom had to spend 500 hours in the studio recording completely generic heckling and generic bars. If AI can help make an epic game in a year with smaller teams like in the old days, I'm all for it. That game will still have an art director, writers, programmers, graphic designers, but they won't have to do the tiresome and boring tasks. They'll have to focus on the essentials.
Yeah, AI artists are everywhere. I recently, like I mentioned before, I recently had to cancel a commission because I could tell that the art they were selling me was AI generated, or at least had AI generated elements to it. They're everywhere. A large chunk of them, more than likely, are probably bots.
Ideas for games, but I'm 50 years old, and so far it's taken me 7 years on average to make one game. If AI helps me realize these ideas faster, I'm all for it. As for the RPG and the actors, wouldn't it be nice if you could ask anyone anything in an RPG? Like maybe someone from the road directions or what they think of their neighbors? We already have tools. 11 Labs can do it, where you script an NPC, their character, their knowledge and opinions, and then they talk to you about anything for non-story stuff. This is an absolutely revolutionary development from a player's point of view, and you can't record it with an actor because it has infinite variations. But what you can record are cutscenes and story dialogue. You don't need an Oscar-level performance when ordering a sausage in a pub or when asking how to get to the castle. Programmers have a problem. The work of the most of them will probably not be needed very soon. We will have software architects, and AI will do the programming very soon. Resisting this is probably as meaningful as resisting the use of sewing machines in the textile industry, or going back to riding on horses while we could use planes and cars. How many horse breeders lost their jobs thanks to Henry Ford? Who and how will recognize if the game was programmed by a human or AI? And who would want to spend months of work and hundreds of thousands of dollars when the same thing could be done and achieved in minutes for free? The whole AI revolution may mean the demise of humanity. Nobody knows now, but it may also mean that anyone at a fraction of the current cost will be able to implement virtually any grand idea. Making a game will be easy as writing a book. There will be more games. We'll see the return of niche games. Some games will be better, maybe just a few. There will also be lots of trash, but who cares? There is lots of average trash in books or music.
Hey,
for
Power, how you
years.
doing?
It will also be an end of most big publishers.
Yeah, because a large majority of most big publishers are pushing it in a way that's not going to be helpful to them in the future. At least not to the extent that they think it will. Doing all right. We're just watching Alex's video right now, and then we're probably going to call it soon. I don't know yet.
And Hollywood as we know it. Nobody will need their money and resources anymore. What we saw with the boom of indie scene thanks to Steam, we will see with AAA games thanks to AI. Or Skynet will destroy us before all of that. Either way, there's no stopping it. I used AI to translate this text from my native language. Let the shitstorm begin. And honestly, that is an insane thing to see. An actual game developer who had multiple Game of the Year nominations, especially for this past year, and a game that people truly enjoyed and loved, go out and tell exactly how things are going in the gaming industry. And that's exactly what we want to see from game developers. Was AI used? Let us know how. Were you using it in a way that was replacement? People want to know. The upfront and just completely transparency.
Yeah, it's all literally that's all it comes down to is transparency.
from game developers like from Larian, like from KCD2, really just goes to show that if the game developer does the right thing and lets the customer consumer know, they can make their own decision. But this insane virtue signaling and insanity online really makes no sense whatsoever. We even have people now who are so angry at Expedition 33 that they're going back and trying to find AI usage in that game simply because that game swept the Game Awards.
Yep.
No, I'm not kidding.
Yep.
Here's Silk Mama, Silk Song and Stories 3 Hype on Twitter saying this. Yeah, so may I ask at Sandfall Games why your Steam page does not include this label? Because I bought the game not even knowing that AI assets were a thing in your game until now.
Oh, these kind of tweets are everywhere. It's sad. It's really sad.
I personally feel quite betrayed by this reveal and honestly just don't know what to do anymore.
Okay.
And I'm going to be real upfront about this entire thing. I'm going to press X to doubt. Why? Because we've talked about how so many Silk Song fans have gone completely rabid trying to break down and just shit on Expedition 33 in every single possible way. This tweet right here feels like nothing more than pandering, and I highly doubt in every conceivable way that this person even played the game, bought the game, or anything, and they're just tweeting this to get their attention and their good boy points on Twitter to basically say,
that also could be true. Yeah, that also could be true. We never fully know. I won't say, I won't like try to I won't try to say exactly what it is and what it isn't, but that also could be a possibility. Also, another fantastic pause. I'll give you a minute. I'll give you guys a minute for that, for y'all to screenshot that. If anybody wants to screenshot that. Look at that pause. That's amazing. I love it. I'm gonna have to go back.
Hey, you guys, AI bad. Why didn't you put the label on there? And honestly, if they did use AI, the label should be on there because people don't really give a fuck now, do they? They're playing Ark.
And they probably I probably didn't have the label on it. And they probably put the label on it because the generated content was removed.
Creators, they're playing E33, they're playing every other game that uses AI, and people are still having a great time, and those games are still good. And I think that's what matters in the end. Whether the company, developer, or studio is transparent, and whether or not the game is good. And people are missing this entire point altogether. Again, I'm not trying to sit here and defend the use.
It absolutely has power, yeah.
Of AI. I've been critical about its use and also its impact in the gaming industry, especially from a hardware perspective.
Yep.
But if there's a studio that's going around and being totally transparent and letting you know how it's being used, where it's being used, and then going around and having the balls to do an AMA about the entire thing, it goes to show maybe this studio isn't the one people should be focusing on to as to the actual problem of the gaming industry using AI in the first place.
Honestly, I'm surprised. Honestly, when it comes to those like studios that should be have the finger pointed at, I think the finger should be pointed at people like Microsoft or people like EA or people like anything similar to that, because especially Microsoft with how they're consistently forcing open AI or like trying to use Gen AI in every facet of their company. More likely probably to replace the work so that they can lay off employees without real world consequences. That could be a factor.
But you know what? That's just my hot take on the entire thing. I want to hear what you guys have to say in the comment section down below. Have you used AI?
I fully agree. Well done, Alex. Here, let me do this. Did he recently just hit 99K? Hold on. I'm going to send this out. Show Alex some love. He does great content as per usual. Oh yeah, he did hit 99K. Look at that. Look at that. Excuse me, I just needed a stretch there. Oh man. Yeah. Look at that. 99K. Well done, sir. Alright. Hell yeah. Look at that. Now, I guess the biggest thing that we can learn from this I think the biggest thing that we can learn by the end of this is that there needs to be more nuance in this industry. There needs to be more transparency. There needs to be more... I do agree that there are problems that can come from generative AI, right? There are problems that can come from it, and I'm not going to ever try to diminish that, right? I am not... I am anti-AI through and through, right? But at the same time, I'm not going to condemn somebody. I'm not going to, like... It's only as good as the prompts it's given, yeah. I guess the best way to describe it is exactly like this. Basically, make work better so that you can do more art. And not just replace art and turn it into work. This is actually the perfect song to end on. Hold on, let me see who's live currently. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. Let's see. No, I'm rating on Twitch. See if I can. Nobody that I know of is live currently. It's okay. No big deal. No big deal. I guess, yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. That's pretty much it, really. So, yeah, unfortunately, there's not many people live currently, Power. So, it is what it is, though. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I got. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I was gonna go on longer, but I'm getting a little tired and Mom came home. So I'm probably gonna get a couple of things done. And so, although, there is one thing I do want to... Yeah, Alex will be live later tonight. There is one thing I did want to mention, though, that I didn't get to mention when I was talking about my vacation. When I was at the Game Awards, and I got to meet Rich Keeble, there was one conversation that I had. And it was about my video. I told him specifically that I'm a huge fan, and that there's this video that I've been trying to... Yeah, Rich Keeble, yeah. There's this video that I've been trying to make for months now, and I just haven't been able to. Right? Because whether if it's lack of motivation or just scared, right? And you know what he told me? All he told me was, well, good luck. So, before I leave, I just only have one thing to say. All I got is this. Tomorrow comes.